Sporting Complex. Welcome to day number 4 of this enthralling match. Windward Islands Volcanoes against the Barbados Pride. It's day number 4 of 4 days. So it means it's the last day not only of this round, the fifth and final round, but it's the last day of the championships for 2022. My name is John Ramsing. We greet you with news that it's absolutely sunny this morning, and we are ready to bring you live coverage of this match, which is only 1 day old in terms of action. 2 days completely lost, days number 2 and 3. We will be resuming with Barbados Pride, 109 for the loss of 1 wicket. Shane Mosley went very early in reply to Windward Islands Volcanoes' first innings total of 203 all out, Mosley 7. So at the wicket, Captain Craig Brathwaite, the opener, 39, number 3 batsman Raymond Reifer, 56. With a deficit now of just 94 runs. 2 days lost, but still some excitement in this one. The ground was a bit soft, a bit soggy because of 2 days of rain, not a lot of sunshine, but we're here and the pitch covered overnight, bowlers run up covered as well, and we're here to bring you the excitement. Alongside me, once again, is Anil Raja, the former Trinidad and Tobago first class player. I will be calling you the excitement today along with our technical team led by Michael, Visham and Shaquille. So good morning, Anil.
Very good morning to you as well, John. Finally, we're having some cricket. 2 days without a ball being bowled. Well, today, obviously, the interest here would lie on whether Barbados are going to get first inning points. I think first inning points certainly will settle the issue as far as the regional championship is concerned, and they certainly would retain their title, because at that other game down at Barbados Cricket Academy, I thought at the Leeward Islands they would be hard pressed there. So Barbados here is the first delivery of the morning, and it is Raymond Reifer, who looked exceedingly well for that 56 not out overnight, and Craig Brathwaite, who was on 39. I thought Reifer, John, really looked in very good touch when he last batted a couple of days ago.
Reifer is a touch player and getting the opportunity to bat very high in this batting order. No doubt making use of that opportunity. Opening batsman Shane Mosley went very early for 7. Reifer played some very wonderful shots. Did not give a chance, so he looked real good on the the first afternoon. Now it's day number 4, 2 days of inactivity. They were just watching the weather.
Well, they trail by 94. The Barbados Pride. Here's Reifer driving on to mid-off. No run there. So it looks as though the weather would hold up for a bit. I can't really say too, because it changes so quickly. But we've got some good sunshine at the moment. No immediate threat of rain, although there are some overhead clouds. Barbados will have to think in terms of trying to get these runs as quickly as possible, because obviously there's not going to be an outright decision in this game. It's going to be a first innings decision. And as I said, John, that is going to take Barbados to the championship once again.
Well, what the Barbados Pride will be looking for, not only to ensure that they do not lose lots of wickets, but they want to bat and get batting bonus points. They've already taken at least 3 bowling bonus points. Then they have to add those fast bowling bonus points to that. So they have some points already in the match, but they want to bat themselves into a position where they can get away from the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, who are their closest competitor at the moment.
That's right.
So what they have to do is to ensure that they get at least 200, then try to get 250 and 300. In a day's play, maybe 350, and that will certainly give them the advantage, because the Leeward Islands as well, they're set up nicely at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, where they bowled out Jamaica Scorpions as well under 110 overs. So they've collected maximum bowling points there. So it's neck and neck at the moment. So batting bonus points will make the big difference. As you can see, it's a bit dark.
Yeah. That's well played on the offside. Opening the face there, Raymond Reifer. Preston McSween, who had 6 overs before the start of the day's play. Had none for 29. He is coming from the northern end, and Captain Craig Brathwaite is on strike for the first time. So Barbados getting the first run of the day's play.
Like I said, it's a bit overcast still. As you look to the east, where the rains generally come, you see heavy clouds looming. But at the moment, on the outfield, as you can see, total contrast, brilliant sunshine. How long will it take for those clouds to come across? And if they can be blown away, that'll be excellent for this match.
Yeah, this is why I was saying the Barbados Pride immediate target would be to get those 94 runs and ensure that they have first innings. The batting bonus points can come after, because rain definitely can be a factor. And the forecast isn't all that promising as well. So if they have to do it, they might have to do it pretty quickly.
The first over of the day coming to an end. McSween just conceding 1 run. Reifer moves up to the 57, 110 for the loss of 1. But tracking the weather over the past few days is our not necessarily expert weatherman, but Visham Lalman. He's been on the ball, telling us exactly when it will come, how long it will stay for, and that sort of thing over the past 2 days. And I must say, I'm impressed. He's assisted by technology, but he's spot on. Hello, Visham. Can you say what's the weather going to be like for the rest of the day?
Well, good morning, John. Good morning, Mr. Rajan. Good morning to all the viewers. Yeah, it's good to see cricket on show here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, but not good signs. The rain, the clouds building up in the east, and also the weather forecast saying that there's a 56% chance of precipitation in the next couple hours, and it's at the moment 29 degrees Celsius with a light rain shower. So that's not good signs, John, if we are looking away at the east.
Alright, so Ryan John will pick up the attack from the southern end of the ground, just losing his run up, but the weather, like it did for the past few days, was cat and mouse. So what Visham is saying, we're in for our next cat and mouse situation today.
Well, Ryan John has been the only successful bowler so far for the Volcanoes, getting the only wicket to have fallen, that of Shane Mosley, and that seemed to be such a long time ago. That was on the first day, on Wednesday, so pretty long. Here's John, and pushed straight back. That's a good looking shot here from Reifer. Just coming onto the front foot, hit it on the up, and straight back. He beat mid on and mid off, so the first boundary of the morning.
2 days of rain, and this outfield is still very fast. That one was just a push from Reifer. He got the placement right, as you can see, just to the right of the bowler, and beating the stumps as well, and it went across the outfield, which is very fast still despite 2 days of rain.
So Raymond Reifer continuing from where he left off 2 days ago, stroking the ball beautifully, good timing, and got a lot of power as well. Brathwaite still on his overnight score of 39. As Barbados Pride moves to 114 for 1. Here's Ryan John coming from the southern end here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. Play in the other game at the Queen's Park Oval has been underway as well. I tried to give you an update in a short while. And I suspect that down at the Barbados Cricket Academy as well, where the Hurricanes are up against the Jamaican Scorpions. That game looked like it started on time as well. Fairly defensive field here. He's got 2 slip on a gully, but everyone else looking to stop the run. Short, looking to slash it over backward point. Doesn't make contact. Raymond Reifer, that would have passed pretty close to the bat. Made just a bit more height than he was anticipating. There's a man on the point boundary. I don't think he would have stopped that had Reifer made contact. He was aiming to go fine over the slip cordon. It's a good delivery, pitching and leaving the left-handed Raymond Reifer. A good decision as well to let it go by.
And just to let you know what's happening at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, the covers have been removed from the strip, but it's still on the field. It means that play has not yet started down at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy down south in Taruba. So as soon as play gets underway, we'll let you know there as well, because Barbados Pride and the Barbados Pride supporters will be looking at that one very closely.
Well, they can't go faster than they can. I think they still got to get themselves in before they can look to try and score quickly. But initially, I thought that would have been the idea, to try to score quickly. But they can't do anything about the rain, really.
So that's the end of the over. For us from John in this fourth and final day. 114 for 1, 26 gone.
I'll give you the feel for Preston McSween. 2 slip. There's a point on the boundary. There's a cover and a mid-off. Here is McSween, and Craig Brathwaite taking the bottom hand quickly off the bat. Ball made a bit of height from off a pretty good length. And on the onside, there's a mid-on, there's a short mid-wicket, and there's a man at leg slip. Very close catches. There's an inner ring foreman trying to stop the single, while there's also a point on the boundary. Craig Brathwaite looked extremely well on the first evening when he got to 39. He looked an extremely good touch. He was very watchful, and there wasn't even the semblance of a mistake in that 39 that he played. He was very quick with his footwork, and was watching the ball all the way onto the bat.
He's batting with an open stance. I haven't seen him do this a lot.
Well, I was noticing that on the first day, and I think a lot of batsmen have adopted that stance, John, of just opening that front foot slightly and not saying too side on, because it makes it easier to get that front pad out of the line of the ball.
Yeah, and
yeah,
the bowler coming.
And you have a front on view of the bowler as well. If he's coming from over the wicket as well, you have to open at times, yeah. So he's having a full view of the bowler with that slightly open front foot. But what that does as well, it allows you to not have the pad in line with the ball when it is pitched in line with the wicket. So it helps you in one aspect of not getting LBW. On the other hand, it can prevent you from not getting too far across if the ball is outside off to get that front foot in line with the ball. So you have to be very nimble with that front foot and try to get it in the right position as quickly as you can. Oh, almost woke that ploy with the leg slip, but Craig Brathwaite played it extremely well to keep it on the ground. You could see him actually rolling the wrist on contact. Kept it down nicely. It dropped just about a meter or even less to the man at leg gully.
And that's the Captain Hodge, who has done his homework. He knows that Brathwaite liked to flick this ball off his hip, turn it into the onside. So he's there for that, and it fell just short of him. They work with the plan here, the Volcanoes.
Oh, that's a good delivery. That again read off a good length, and he was very uncomfortable, Craig Brathwaite. Quickly removing the bottom hand. That's the end of the over. Interesting last delivery there, John.
Yeah, good testing over, good use of that short ball on the line of the body. not only trying to get Craig Brathwaite to flick at that one, but also cramping him for room, making him be uncomfortable with the bounce. And the line was good as well, so very good bowling from McSween as a maiden. And just to let you know that there's another game on, not only in Trinidad and Tobago, but also in the Netherlands. West Indies in the third and final one international against the Netherlands. 308 for 5 from their 50 overs, with centuries from Kyle Mears, 120, and Shamar Brooks, 101 not out.
Shot. Square driven, square on the offside. Off the front foot. That's a good looking shot there by Raymond Reifer. This pitch could have freshened up a bit, John, because being covered for 2 days and 2 nights, it obviously had water on the covers, and I think that coolness and the moisture, the pitch could have absorbed a bit of that, and it could have freshened up a bit. I see a couple of deliveries in that last over from Preston McSween. Read from pretty goodish length. So I don't know if the pitch is offering a bit this morning.
Well, to be correct, would have been 3 nights, Friday night as well, which is last night. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday night, and then the 2 days consecutively. But yes, you will get, because yesterday as well, when the umpires and so on checked that pitch before attempting to start play on day number 3, there was some moisture that accumulated. There were 2 wet spots on the pitch, so no doubt moisture getting in there. So there we see our Centurions. Kyle Mears, 120 from 106 deliveries, a well-played innings. I saw that. And then Shamar Brooks composed 101 not out from 115 deliveries to get West Indies at 308 for the loss of 5 wickets against the Netherlands. Netherlands making a very strong reply, however. 68 without loss, and they're in the 12th over. 68 without loss. So that one can head for an exciting finish. The current run rate is 6.08 runs for the Netherlands, and they require 6 runs per over from here on to win. 241 from 38.4. The associate team giving the West Indies a little bit of headache early on.
Well, I think the test should be good for the West Indies. It's a long time we haven't seen 3 centuries scored in just 2 one-day internationals by West Indian batsmen, so that's a good bit of news. And Brathwaite, with that bottom hand jab that he has, check drive, had the man at short mid-off, diving to try to stop it. He did partially, but had a lot of timing in that. Came off with some speed.
And there's another match gathering a lot of attention on the international scene. New Zealand bowled out for 132 in their first innings, bounced back nicely to get 285 in their second innings. England in their first innings, 141, set a target of 277. They're 70 for 4 at the moment.
That's what I call test cricket, John.
Yes.
Regardless of if it finishes in a day and a half or if it goes the full 5 days, exciting cricket, especially at the test level, is something to look at.
Yeah.
I mean, what a seesaw battle on the first day, 17 wickets falling,
Yes.
and then New Zealand fighting back in that second. And I thought that the pitch, how come they got bowled out so easily in the first inning, and then they were putting up such a good fight? Did the pitch change so much, or was it poor batting? I knew that Anderson and them were swinging the ball around a lot, because that on the first morning, they are always dangerous in England. Loud shout here. But that was a good comeback by New Zealand, and now they are in a position to probably win the test match.
Yes, 4 wickets down already at the crease right now. Former captain Joe Root on 11. Current captain Ben Stokes yet to score. So 70 for 4. That game is set up nicely. So that's the end of another over from Ryan John. 28 gone. 115 for loss of 1. And the sun is back with us. And the covers are back on at Taruba down south at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. So not good news at all for those tracking the Jamaica Scorpions against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes match. Lucas Puran versus the Netherlands. So you see Nicky P not having the best of debut series as captain. 7, 10, and 7. And the same bowler, Dutt, getting him all 3 times.
A good shot here by Raymond Reifer. Over pitch delivery on the legs, and he whips it forward of square. And that's 4. Nice looking shot by Reifer.
Timing was perfect from Reifer. And there we see the fielder running, not giving a Usain Bolt kind of chase because the ground is a bit soggy still.
Yeah.
So they must be very mindful of that. But the ball did not lift off the carpet at all. Was on the line of Raymond Reifer's pad. And he worked it into the onside for a boundary. So he continues to look very good, Reifer. Has 66 already. Started overnight on 56. Raymond Anton Reifer. Just 100 at the first class level to him. What a sweet delivery to come back. Well bowled, McSween. Short, the extra juice in this pitch. And the ball almost took the outside edge. Raymond grouped at it.
That was a peach of a delivery there by McSween. And again, for the 3rd time, we've seen McSween getting the ball to make a good height here to Raymond Reifer. Previously it was to Craig Brathwaite, and he was a bit uncomfortable. Here's McSween again, and oh my goodness. Certainly has livened up a bit here, John.
Oh, lovely. And then the movement, exaggerated movement after pitching, left Raymond Reifer outside his off stump. He said you can say that he was pushing and then put the bat in, but he looks as he was generally beaten.
Well, remember on the first day there was a tinge of green live grass, and with all that covering and possible moisture, I don't know if they cut the grass this morning, but it probably would have grown a bit. Looks like on the screen you can actually detect a little tinge of green. This is played down behind square for a single. Takes the score on to 119 for 1. Raymond Reifer moved to 67. And he would have had a lot of boundaries in that there. Visham? Raymond Reifer? 12 fours. That's a very high percentage of boundaries. 67 runs, and he's got 12 of those in boundaries. So that's to tell you how punishing he was through the bad deliveries. Really put them away nicely. All along the ground as well. So a short delivery this time, pitching it way back down the pitch, and Craig Brathwaite had a lot of time to see that one, easily ducking under it. So working up a bit of steam here, Preston McSween. He would have been encouraged by the response he's getting from the pitch this morning. Getting the ball to make some height. That last delivery was a fairly quick delivery. 2 slip. It's a point on the boundary, a mid-off, and a man at cover, and on the outside there's a mid-on, a mid-wicket, a leg slip, and there's a man down at the backward square leg boundary. That brings the over to an end, and at the end of that over, Barbados 120 for 1.
So since the start of the Professional Cricket League in 2013, Barbados won the title just once, and that was the abbreviated 2020 tournament, 2019-2020 tournament, when the tournament was suspended after 8 rounds and Barbados were ahead. They were awarded the title. Looks as if they're on course for their 2nd title since that. But if you look at since first class cricket began in the 1960s, perhaps when you were tracking cricket, Barbados won 20 titles then, to go with that one in 2020. So the most by any regional side, Barbados. But it was 2013 they started to bring in other players. So it was franchise cricket, so 2013 to now, just 1 title for Barbados.
Driving out to cover there, Raymond Reifer. It's a bit of a misfield here, and they are going to get a second round. That's very good running there by Reifer and Brathwaite. Stroked it out to cover. There was a man at the point boundary who came around, but he didn't stop it cleanly. And they were able to come back for the second run. So that takes Reifer on to 69. Craig Brathwaite has not added to his overnight score just yet.
Slight misfield, and both batters were watching to see what's going to happen, and they were alert enough to come back for the second. Raven had to step on it a little bit, but he got there. And it's getting a little bit gloomy now here, Anil.
Yeah, I thought that Reifer looks as though he wants to get on with it. Ryan John 1 for 21 in 6.1 overs.
Cool conditions now. And with the moisture in the air, the seamers will be able to get this ball to maybe reverse a little bit, but it's a relatively new ball still, just 30 overs old. The ball will be able to get some moisture from the air and move a little bit. As we see movement, some lateral movement from the arm and also when pitching.
It's been fairly economical, Ryan John. This is the 7th over, conceding 21 runs. He had the only wicket to go down. And again, wide outside off stump. Raymond Reifer just watches it go by. It's beginning to look just a little more gloomy here at the Leo Martin Sporting Complex. The sun has left us completely. We have a very overcast sky as well. And look at the screen here. This is down at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in Tarouba.
Yeah, that's a live picture of what's happening down south at Tarouba. Pitch covered. Is this pitch straight? The bowlers run up there, the cover's slightly slanted. Oh, there's Raymond Reifer fishing at that one. And outside edge almost found. Well bowled again, Ryan John.
Raymond Reifer went for a stroll there because he was beaten outside the off stump, and he was still walking while playing that shot. I don't know where he was going. If you can get another look at that there. See him just walking down the track, and he continued walking even when he was beaten.
He's on 69, battling away for his franchise, for his country, as they're about to capture what will be their second title at the first class since the introduction of the PCL, Professional Cricket League. So that's the end of Ryan John's 7th over, 1 for 21, 122 for the loss of 1. Reifer still on 69, Brathwaite 39, and the Flags trying their very best to stretch out. Not a lot of breeze this morning. It's in segments we're getting some breeze, but generally it's been humid. We had some blue skies a bit earlier visible. Now we're seeing it's getting pretty much totally overcast. So we've lost the sunshine temporarily. McSween will continue from the northern end. Brathwaite, who's been away from the strike for a little bit.
That's cover on both sides of the wicket, McSween. There's 5 men on the offside. 2 slip, there's a point on the boundary, there's a cover. and the mid-off. On the onside, he's got a mid-on, a short mid-wicket. There's a man at deepish mid-wicket, three-quarter way to the boundary, and there's a fine leg. Ball almost turns Craig Brathwaite around, plays it on the onside with a very dead bat. He's a man at short wicket, he'd be aware of that.
Yeah, so look at the target, that leg stump line of Brathwaite.
Well, the leg slip has been taken out.
Yeah. And he's gotten himself as captain into that short mid-wicket position. Kavim Hodge, just to the right of your screen. Short ball again. So McSween getting the ball to bounce, getting the ball to carry nicely over the head of the keeper. Dennis Smith, who has the size of a jockey.
That was a bit too short there. You got to get it to bounce off higher up the pitch, just back of a length. I thought that was so short that Craig Brathwaite had a lot of time to see it and just allowed it to go by. Not taking many chances, Brathwaite. Gets on the back foot quickly and plays it out defensively on the offside. Bit of quiet period when Brathwaite is on strike, but you expect a little more when Raymond Reifer is on strike. One of the things about Raymond Reifer, I don't know if you had noticed, John, he basically is just slightly ahead with his head, and his weight just slightly on the front foot, which is helping him a lot. I think he's picking up the line and length of the ball a lot easier with that technique of trying to stay just on the front foot a bit, so those pitched up deliveries you get to it fairly quickly. Instead of some batsmen, they tend to get on the back foot, get upright just a bit too early. And those balls that are pitched up to them, they then have a little problem of getting onto the front foot. But I think Reifer is looking good with that sort of technique there. It's working at least. But here's Brathwaite. And again, not really offering a shot there. Wide off stump, and that brings the over to an end. And at the end of that over, Barbados 122 for 1. So they haven't really scored all that quickly this morning. They started at 109. They've now progressed to 122. Thought we'd have seen a bit quicker scoring when you are taking into consideration the position of the teams and the point standing as well, John, and the weather.
Brathwaite, to drive home your point, is yet to add to his 39 he had from since day number 1. Reifer has got another runs this morning. He's now on to 69. And he playing those shots like you mentioned, I think is because he has a start as well. He's batting way out of his crease, Raymond Reifer. The pitch is not offering a whole lot, so he's just trying to reach the ball as early as possible. Negate any swing, getting it on the full more often than not. There are many moods to Raymond Reifer. He can play spin very well. I think the 5 years plus that he spent with the Guyana Jaguars, as they were, helped him a whole lot to develop his game. And that temperament is one of the hallmark of Raymond Reifer. He can leave outside the top stump every day. If it's not in his arc, he's not going to go. He's not going to be tempted. So there's a nice innings. He has a start. He needs to carry on. Not a lot of time because the weather is iffy. And this is the final day as well.
John bowling wide of off stump. Raymond Reifer doesn't really have to play those deliveries.
But you get the impression that the Pride not looking for quick runs, although you felt that the plan would have gone for quick runs to bat themselves into that position of safety, getting some bonus points, batting bonus points. But they're very cautious in the few overs we've seen this morning.
Ouch out there. Did it look a bit high? So as though it was bouncing.
The track has certainly freshened up a little bit.
Yeah, let's have
yeah.
a look at this again. See how high it was actually bouncing. Yeah, it was a bit high, you thought?
It looks like bat as well, so it could be bat and the height for sure, because even after that, you see Raymond Reifer checking his tight pad. And
yeah, and it still had a distance to travel before it reached the stump, so it probably would have gone over the stump.
Yeah.
That's well played on the offside square, coming on to the front foot. This is what I'm saying about Raymond Reifer. He's keeping ahead just in line with that front boot. So he's in a ready position, ready for that ball that is pitched up, and he's playing it quite nicely. In the mold of, let's say, a Virat Kohli or a Kane Williamson, John, I don't know if you have noticed, these guys just, they wait slightly on the front foot on the ball of the front foot. Very nimble. I mean, if the ball is short as well, they get back quickly onto the back foot, but they're always in a ready position on the front foot. Two slipper gully, attacking field now for Brathwaite, and this is over pitch on the legs. He whips it behind or in front of square. It's gonna pick up a nice looking boundary here. That's a very good shot from Craig Brathwaite.
Yeah, that's his first run of the morning. That's a ball that was on the pad, and he flicked it nicely forward of square. And there's no fielder close by. The fielder had to give chase from deep backward square and could not get around in time. So Brathwaite adds to his 39. He's now into the 40s. 127 for 1. It's always good to get a ball like that, to get your first run in any form of cricket. His first run of the day. The partnership now 115 for the second wicket.
Ryan John, who has been pretty steady since he started this morning, over pitching there this time to Brathwaite, who picked up his first run with a boundary. So he now goes to 43, Brathwaite. Reifer, no doubt, is probably thinking in terms of that century as well. John, he's on 70. 127 for 1 Barbados.
It's really a cat and mouse situation, because we had a little bit of gloom moments ago, and now the dark clouds drifting to the south. So getting a little bit clearer, but not the sunshine we had when we started play this morning. 30 runs away from a second first-class century for Reifer. Brathwaite is with him. And yet another first-class half-century as well.
Well, they still trail by 77 runs, Barbados Pride. It would take some time to get the runs, even though you're scoring quickly. 77 runs would take you some time.
So there's a change in bowling, in Darius Martin having his first ball today. He has replaced McSween from the northern end. He's bowling to Reifer, who's on 70.
Well, Darius Martin, who had a very rough time on the first day when he was bowling from the southern end. I think almost everything went wrong for him. Martin. He had 5 overs with 35 and he was having a serious problem with overstepping the front crease. Very expensive. He's now been brought on the northern end. And when he was going through that bad patch on the first day with his bowling, John, I was suggesting that he was bowled at least 2 overs too many. And even at that time, I was suggesting that they should have switched him to the northern end, and as if things would have worked out for him a little better, because he was having the no ball problem, and then he was not bowling a good line as well. So it's good to see him coming from the top here and see if he can have a better spell.
You started positive already. Looks good, and there's few deliveries on day number 4. Well bowled, well played, bowling round the wicket, and there's a quick single, so well run as well. Reifer hit the ball powerfully but straight to mid-on, and the fielder could not hold on to even try to go for that run out.
Thought he judged it well, because there was a man at mid-on and he hit it very straight, close to the stump on the onside, and immediately called for the run because he had judged it so well.
Martin switching over the wicket now to the right-handed Brathwaite. And Brathwaite defending. He's bowling with a hard ball, Martin, when he gets it right.
If you look at him, his run up when he's approaching the stumps, John, he's not really striding. He doesn't have long strides. Looks a bit close to me. Have a look at him here. See if you can pick up the strides. Tends to shorten the stride just as he is about to get into his delivery stride. I don't know if that's such a good thing. I think that last couple of strides you should be flat out there.
So that's the end of his first over this morning. 128 for 1, the Barbados Pride. Yeah, there we see Obed McCoy, who the Windward Islands Volcanoes might have been missing today. He's playing county cricket. First match, he got 4 for 30 and followed that up at 5 for 33. So Middlesex and Somerset feeling the brunt of his attack, his brutality. Obed McCoy, left arm seamer. He went straight from IPL to England. So John continues. Here he is to Reifer. Reifer drives a little bit uppish. Teddy Bishop at cover, collects, almost carrying to hand. So this Reifer trying to be very positive, looking to get on with things, and gets a full delivery and almost carried to the hand of the fielder. So we're tracking the other game as well that is on, that is actually playing at the Queen's Park Oval. The Guyana Harp Eagles 61 without loss, replying to 230 made by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in their first innings. So 61, a steady start, another opening partnership. Chandrapal Hemraj, the regular opener, not playing because of a side strain, because of a strain he has developed. And Tevin Imlach, the wicketkeeper batsman, as we can see, 61 without loss, 23 overs gone. Imlach 29 and Chandrapal on 19. How well has Chandrapal batted since coming back in rounds 3, 4 and now round 5? He has certainly made this tournament his own. There's Narayan Chandrapal. Consecutive marathon innings, consecutive big hundreds. You always talk about big hundreds that will catch the eyes of the selector.
He's batted more deliveries than anyone in the tournament.
That's correct. At the start of the round, just Craig Brathwaite, who had more runs than Tejnara and Chandapal.
Barbados Pride wouldn't mind too much with what is happening down at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Not at all.
Is between Jamaica Scorpions and Leeward Island Hurricanes. Hurricane, of course, the only team within striking distance of probably upsetting Barbados at this stage to win the championship. There's no play actually taking place at the moment. I don't think they started at all for the morning. So that would certainly put a lot of pressure on the Leeward Island Volcanoes to gain valuable points. But here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, Barbados, they are in with a chance to get first inning points because the weather has been kind up here in the northwest of the island, giving them enough time probably to overhaul the Volcanoes' target of 203. And this is out. That is out. Falling over to the offside. Good Yorker link delivery just on about middle and off, and Raymond Reifer ended up going right across. Have a look at this. See if he almost fell over. Yeah. It's a good delivery. He had to come down with the bat from wide outside, from almost gully. He was coming across.
You see delivery angled in, hit him on the front pad and went back onto his stump. So Reifer bowled by Ryan John for 71. The fall of the first Pride wicket in day number 4. Score now 128 for 2.
Well, the first wicket for the morning going to the man who has had the first wicket so far in the innings, Ryan John. He now has 2 wickets to his name, 2 for 26, and this is his 9th over. He's been pretty tight this morning as well. He wasn't giving a lot away. Only one boundary I remembered. 2 as a matter of fact that Reifer took off him. But he's held a good line, and here he has produced a beautiful delivery from around the wicket. Angled back into the left-handed Reifer, who was slightly falling off to the offside and lost his balance in the end. Went across it a bit and was bowled all ends up. So that's the fall of the second wicket. Barbados Pride 128 for 2.
So Carter takes guard, the new batsman. Partnership of 116 for the second wicket broken. Carter will be looking to end the season on a high. He was short of runs. And as a selector yourself, you will know that selectors tend to remember the last performance of a player.
So Ryan John again getting the breakthrough here for the Windward Island Volcanoes, removing Raymond Reifer, who looked very good for that 71. It's a big partnership as well, 116 runs that partnership realized. John coming around the wicket to the left-handed Carter. That's the end of the over, and at the end of that over, Barbados Pride 128 for 2. And you're having a look at the hills in the background at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. That's on the eastern side of the ground. It's where the Blue Basin waterfalls are situated. A lovely scenic waterfall in the northwestern part of the island.
And the cloud cover still with us. It's still overcast. Not a speck of blue at all as we look upward. So Brathwaite has a new partner in Jonathan Carter, another left-hander, Carter. So the Rock, he has been the Rock for a long time, Craig Brathwaite, since getting into the side.
Well, he's the leading run scorer. He also has the highest individual score, 274.
276, I think.
276, somewhere
Yeah.
there. That was a mammoth individual score already.
Before this match, 475. Chandler Paul and Devon Thomas, 414 runs. And Kieran Powell, the only other batsman to pass 400, with 403. John Campbell not far behind, 396. Devon Thomas not opening the batting this season, but they're all 5 openers at the top of the run charts. So Martin looks a much better bowler coming from the northern end. And 2 days he had to think about it really. And he's bowling much better in terms of line lengths and not overstepping that front crease either.
Yeah, he's looking a little better from this end. Doesn't seem to have a lot of pace though. Glorious shot through covers. I thought for one moment that he had stopped it, the man at short extra cover. But that was really timed well by Craig Brathwaite. Getting onto the front foot and driving powerfully through cover. There's a man at short extra cover. He had a dive at it, but it had sped past him and down to the extra cover boundary for 4. So Craig Brathwaite gets a move on. He's on 47.
Yeah, spanking cover drive, well played. And got the treatment he deserved. Was very wide outside that off stump. And Brathwaite eyeing his 61st score of 50 plus. Will not miss out. He's now on to 48. 2 times it passed 50 this season. Both times he went on to get into 3 figures. So that's a very good conversion rate for the Barbadian captain. 64th class 50s to go 2700s.
Very good temperament. Can concentrate for long periods, Craig Brathwaite. His technique has improved a lot.
So Martin to Carter, and Carter drives and will get off the mark. But I was looking at Martin on that occasion, just maybe cutting that back crease, getting very close to cutting that back crease, and if he does so, it will be called a no ball. So that's the end of Martin's 7th over, 134 for 2. Alright, so we're back with the action. Ryan John, the only successful bowler in the Barbados Pride innings, will continue. He's picked up both of the wickets of all, one on the opening day and one this morning. Had Shane Mosley caught a second slip off, well, by Athenaeus for 7. Raymond Reifer this morning gone for 7-1. Bowled by Ryan John. Wickets going down 12 on 128. Carter gets a wide one, stands tall. He gets another run, so he doubles his score now. He's on to 2. So 135 for a loss of 2. And in comes Brathwaite back on strike, looking for another half century at the regional first class level. Always looks so composed at the crease. Craig Brathwaite, 29-year-old. Current West Indies Test captain, so no doubt preparing for that series against Bangladesh, which begins on June 16. The first test June 16th to 20th in Antigua. Second test 24 to 28th of June, St. Lucia. So Brathwaite, no doubt, warming up for those test matches. Short while I'm sure the West Indies selectors will be announcing the squad maybe to prepare for that test series. The last 3 matches were certainly good enough to allow the selectors to have a look at these players who would like to go on into that test series against Bangladesh. Just 2 test matches. I'm sure young Chandapal has been putting his hand up really high, knocking at the door really hard. Some may say even kicking on that door to join Craig Brathwaite at the top of the order. Kimo Paul continues to look good since coming back from injury. Picked up a 6-4 against the Red Force in this current match. Oh, that's driven down the ground sweetly by Craig Brathwaite. What a way to bring up your 61st first-class half-century. It will be the third 50-plus score of the season. 2 times gone on to get the 3 figures. But Craig Brathwaite, another half-century. Well played. 52 from 114 deliveries. That is 8 boundary, perhaps the best of the lot.
Yeah, that was a delightful shot up the front foot, very straight on the offside. It passed just at the side of the stumps and all the way down to a straight long off boundary for 4. That was a good looking shot, and Craig Brathwaite goes to 52 with that shot.
All timing and placement, and that's a hallmark of Brathwaite. So the 29-year-old chalks up another half century.
That's a lot of half centuries there, John.
Yes,
61.
61.
That's quite a lot of half centuries for Craig Brathwaite at the regional level.
Yeah, the man from Black Rock and St. Michael.
That's good consistency, though.
Oh, yes. More than 12,000 first-class runs. Quicker, much quicker to end the over, but very wide of the off-stump, not forcing Brathwaite into any shot at all. 139 for 2, and the deficit now, 64 runs on first innings. And I like to call that Signal Hill because that's where all the antennas are situated. We get all the signals from, and you can see the clouds behind that big hill, Signal Hill, all the way to the south of this ground. Very cloudy. I don't think we'll have the sunshine for today, but there's no immediate threat of rain. Clouds are very high, drifting away, so it's a breeze as well. There's that breeze overhead. Do remember we're in this basin around the mountains in Diego Martin. So the mountains high and the clouds even higher. So we can say for the moment we're pretty safe in terms of the weather. Martin starts in over. So Carter in the very important position of number 4. Had some starts, 25 and 71 not out against the Leeward Islands in the opening round. Followed that up with 68 against Jamaica. Both of these matches were played in Barbados at the Kensington Oval. third round. This was played after 3 months. He started against the Guyana Harpy Eagles and got 6 in both innings. 4-1 against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in the last match at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. He's been around for a long time, Jonathan Carter. Made his first class debut way back in 2008. He also played some international matches. 33 one-day internationals for the West Indies. So he's been around a long time. 34 years old now. I remember the dual role he played in the last CPL. This one is driven and draws the field off the boundary in Akeem Auguste. Last CPL, Jonathan Carter was the batting coach for one of the franchise. Was St. Kitts and Nevis Patriots. And then down towards the back end of the tournament, he was drafted by one of the teams, the Barbados Royals, to play for them as a player. So he walked off the bench as a coach and into the dressing room for another franchise. Quite remarkable. I don't think I've ever seen that before. I don't think I may see that again.
Wow. It's great timing again by Craig Brathwaite. It's punching that ball to a straight mid-on. The man at mid-on had some problems in getting around it quickly enough to stop it. It was really traveling, and he didn't appear as though he had hit that ball with any sort of power, but that short-arm jab that he uses to the over-pitch deliveries, he really times it nicely. 2 slip. It's a short extra cover. It was at the close catching men, and Craig Brathwaite gets up on his toes and keeps this ball down just in front of him on the offside. 140 for 2 Barbados, so what? 64 runs away from a first inning, 63. Well, might even want to call the game off after if they should get there, John, because the game now.
Well, there are no points for first innings advantage again. It's just getting batting and bowling bonus points in the first innings. That has gone out the window since the start of the PCL in 2013. Over completed 140 for the loss of 2. Umpire calling the drinks attendance onto the pitch. And with the score 140 for 2, we will also have a refreshments break. So 1 hour on day number 4 completed. We'll take a break and we'll be back. So it'll be spin for the first time after the drinks break. Remember Barbados Pride starting day number 4 on 109 for 1, Reifer 56, Craig Brathwaite 39. They have since lost Reifer for 71. Brathwaite has since gone on to 52, his 61st first class half century. So 31 runs in the first hour and 1 wicket going down. And spin for the first time in Kenneth Demba. 39 runs in the first hour, 1 wicket down. How do you see that, Anil?
So, well, it's pretty steady going by Barbados, a bit slow, but you would expect that. You know, they want to ensure that they can pick up some, as you said, valuable batting points here. It will take them a while because your first batting point starts at 200. So, they'll be looking to that. They'll just be hoping that the weather holds, John. I mean, there's nothing they can do about the weather, and they can't score quicker than they really can.
Correct.
So it's a lot of patience that you've got to exercise and hope that the weather holds for you.
Well, the sun is back now, but not in all its brilliance, but it's much better than it was a half hour ago. Good steady action. Demba coming from high up. 15 wickets under his belt. Kenneth Demba, right arm off spinner. Hint of turn.
Yeah, I don't know if you think that he's bowling just a bit too quickly. I mean, this is just his first over, but he seems to be bowling just a bit too quickly. Not really.
I've noticed a trend, and I'll tell you after this delivery. This one is pulled with disdain by Jonathan Carter over mid-wicket, just one bounce. And that's a boundary. So short ball this time, just pulling it down. And got the treatment. There you see, just on the middle and off stump. Carter pulling safely from just outside that off stump down to mid-wicket. He gets his first boundary. He's now on to 9, 146 for 2. I've noticed that a lot of spinners are bowling fast, and the fast bowlers bowling slow. Slower balls.
That's a good shot again by Carter. Beating extra cover. I thought there would have been 2 there, but good quick hook by the man on the deep extra cover boundary. That previously was a rank long hop, John, and Carter was quickly onto his stump and pulling it powerfully down to mid-wicket for 4. It was a good shot. And then this drive off the last delivery down to extra cover. It's looking like he's feeling good out there, Jonathan Carter. He's a good stroke maker, though.
Very busy at the crease. So that's the end of Denver's first over. 5 runs coming from it. 147 for loss of 2. So Brathwaite and his senior counterpart in terms of age and so on, having a little discussion as to what the plan will be. To remember, 76 overs available in day number 4. And then 15 overs in the final hour. I don't think we'll get all that in today. I don't think we'll need the final hour. I think if there's nothing in it at just about 4 p.m., if we still have play, teams will just shake their hands and congratulate Barbados.
Yeah, this is what I was saying a while ago that they might probably want to call it off. I think once Barbados reaches probably 200, 250, couple batting points, you know, they're almost certain that the Leeward Islands are not going to get any batting points because they haven't even started their innings, and they got to get to 200 to get a first batting point.
Yeah, 1.6 points
so
separating.
I think that the champagne corks are beginning to pop in the dressing room.
So Mr. Wendell Coppin and Team Barbados, I hope that you guys are ready, because Mr. Anil Raja has said time for the champagne to come out. And that's a good first delivery from Martin. This time, similar type of delivery, just too wide of the off stump. And once it is confirmed that Barbados Pride are the champions, it will be their second since the start of the Professional Cricket League in 2013. First title they got was 2019-21 season, 2019-2020 season, just before the COVID-19 pandemic, when after 8 rounds they were well ahead and they were crowned champions in an abbreviated 10-round tournament. Oh, nice testing line from Martin. Have Jonathan Carter playing and missing on that occasion. Well bowled.
Yeah, a much better spell he's having here from the northern end as compared to all the other spells he has had in the on the first day. Conceded 35 runs of 5 overs. Sent down about 4 no balls as well. It's really bowling a ragged line, but he's got Jonathan Carter feeling for those deliveries here, and this time he's played it well on the offside. But he did beat him twice outside the off stump there, Martin. Maybe Craig Brathwaite on strike.
In the other game that's on right now with live action in the round, the Guyana Harp Eagles, they've lost Tejnarain Chandapal, caught at the wicket of the lively Uthman Mohammed for 25. And then moments after, I think in the same over, Captain Leon Johnson was clean bowled for 4. There's a rotation in the strike here at Diego Martin Sporting Complex between Captain Craig Brathwaite and Jonathan Carter. So the Guyana Harp Eagles losing 2 quick wickets. Tejnarain Chandapal, 75 deliveries to get to his 25. And Johnson for 4. Tevin Imlak is still there, the wicketkeeper batsman, opening the batting on 36. And Vishal Singh with 3 tests under his belt. 1 not out. The Guyana Harp Eagles at the moment 79 for 2, replying to 218 made by the Red Force.
Carter looking good there with that drive. Powerfully is a man at short extra cover. But no run, 149 for 2 Barbados.
Yeah, end of a good over from Martin. So 149 for 2. The 150 on the cards for the Pride. They have to wait a little bit longer, so the deficit now 54. And then there's no play as yet at Turuba, South Trinidad, where the Leeward Islands Hurricanes are battling the Jamaica Scorpions. No play as yet since they had 4 deliveries. I think it was yesterday. Just 4 deliveries were possible, and after that, no play. So that game badly affected by the rain as well. No play as yet on day number 4. So the Hurricanes cannot get things on. It's not really the ideal finish to a tournament that is otherwise hot. This one is played with the tide into the onside, just very short backward square for a single. So the 150 is on the board. So 150 now for the loss of 2. Is a very steady reply from the Barbados Pride. But his batting lineup, one expected that the Pride will not only make a strong reply but also put up a good first innings total. 150 for 2, not a bad reply.
Yeah, that's good going by the Pride. Drives it square on the offside. He wants to, but Craig Brathwaite quite rightly sends him back. Jonathan Carter was hustling that first run. He was intent on getting 2. I thought that he probably would have reached up, but Craig Brathwaite had decided much earlier that was going to be 1. Would have been close though.
Stifling appeal from Demba, not getting the support from the rest of the Windward Islands Volcanoes players. The ball was the keeper and the slip unmoved.
Yeah, and even the keeper was going down the leg side. Have a look at it again here. Oh, no, this is live.
Back live.
It's well ball there by Denver.
And that ball was clearly heading down the leg side. Got some turn, Denver. Yes, this was a quicker one. Rotation in the strike again. Young Teddy Bishop, good to see the teenagers getting their opportunity. And Devon Smith still there. So the transition for the Windward Islands looking very good. Devon Smith announcing his retirement after this match. He has played 222 first-class matches, as you can see on his shirt. 222. And the youngsters, Ryan John, Akeem Auguste, and Teddy Bishop getting their opportunities. So it's good to see that the veteran is still around and leading the young ones as they try to make their mark on first-class cricket. Another over completed. That's the end of Denver's second over this morning. The Pride 153 for 2.
Teddy Bishop looked a pretty good prospect. That 44 was an attractive 44, John. He looked the part. It's good to see him getting the exposure now. So he can keep improving in his game. And have a look at this here again. This was on the first morning when Devon Smith was honoured for his contribution not only to Windward Islands cricket but to West Indies cricket. And generally he's done extremely well. Quite a lot of centuries as well.
Yeah, Devon Smith has done very well in his illustrious career. No doubt will cherish not only his career, but the moment he said goodbye. He was honoured by his territorial board and Cricket West Indies. So the Grenadian calling it a day after this match. At the age of 40, 21st of October, 1981. My memory tells me that 222 first-class matches is the most by any, regional first-class matches is the most by any player. So that is something that Smith, and that's Devon Smith, has to his credit. He's played a long time at the first-class level. Played some one internationals, T20s, and test matches for the West Indies as well.
How many regional first-class 100 does he have? John, would you have that available?
Yeah, so Devon Smith's stats say that he has 38 regional first-class centuries.
That has to be a record.
To go with 64. So one of those would have been a test century, so then you would have had some tour matches and so on.
First-class matches on tour with the West Indies.
So he's been around a long time, since 1998 at the first-class level. Very wide of the crease there running is Martin, trying to create an angle to the left-handed Carter. A nice carry again, good bounce.
Martin is having a pretty decent spell here, unlike when he bowled on the first day. Jonathan Carter playing and missing a couple of times. Looks like he wants to play some shots, Carter.
Yes, that one is cut away nicely down towards the third man. There's no fielder there, and he gets the boundary. And the deficit now below 50. It's now 46. So some room outside the off stump. Come back in. But Carter was committed to that shot, a very late cut, and got the boundary.
It's well played by Jonathan Carter. Waiting on it and just opening the face, steering it wide of the man at second slip. No third man. That's 4. Goes to 17, Carter.
Two boundaries in his 17, Carter. He's now faced some 24 deliveries. He's looked busy since replacing Reifer. Reifer, who got 71 from 89, delivery to 12 fours. He was bowled by Ryan John, 128 for 2. It's now 157 for the same 2. Brathwaite on 55. Once again, Martin running very wide of the crease, and that's the end of the over. 157 the score remains for the loss of 2 wickets. Deficit 46, and Martin completing 10 overs, yet to pick up a wicket.
And for the first time in 3 days, we have had the entire playing area in brilliant sunshine. That looks so lovely out there now after having so many gloomy days. Is Barbados looking to pick up a valuable point or two in batting? Batting bonus points would be so crucial here in this final stages of this year's regional 4-day tournament. Barbados have pushed their noses ahead. At the moment, you'd want to say they are looking back to see where the second place team is. Almost assured of the regional title, and they would have defended their title quite successfully.
And as we speak, Anil, there's a sharp shower, but I don't think it's going to cause the players to leave at the moment, because we're hearing it on our commentary box, the roof of the commentary box, but the players and the umpires are unmoved in the center, so maybe it's not quite on the outfield as yet. Even the ground staff not interested.
How ironic, the very same over I was now saying that
Yeah.
the entire ground is covered in brilliant sunshine. We are having rain in the same over.
There's usually the indication of the ground staff once they get the covers in their hands and they await the umpire's signal, but the ground staff are not even near the covers. This one is exquisitely driven by Carter. Will not get a boundary, but will get at least 2 runs. So the Netherlands making a very strong reply to West Indies, 308 for 5. They're now in the 29th over of the Netherlands, 155 for a loss of 1 wicket. 9 wickets in hand, and they need a further 154 runs from 21.4 overs to win. Required run rate 7, however. So that can be the worrying factor if it continues to climb. At the Queen's Park Oval, the Guyana Harp Eagles 100 on the board, 100 for 2. Imlach on 46, eyeing his 3rd consecutive half century in this tournament. So Denver completes another over. He's now bowled 5 overs, none for 28. Total 161 for 2.
So Imlach in his 3rd consecutive half century, John, and he had to actually wait for someone to get injured to get on the side. Is that fair or what?
So here we have a look at live action from Taruba at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, where the Jamaica Scorpions are awaiting anxiously on the boundary ropes to get on the field. So they're waiting take the field. So looks like they're heading back in the pavilion. Oh, they're getting into huddle. So yes. So it looks like if we're gonna have some action down south very soon. As you see, Martin starts a new over. But I must say, Darius Martin looks a different bowler altogether this morning. Whatever happened on day number 1 is out. It's way back in the distance. He's not looking back at all. He looks the part this morning. He looks fresh and raring to go.
A bit unlucky as well. He beat the outside edge about 3 occasions and didn't find the edge. But his line has been good. We've not seen him bowl any no balls from this end.
Yeah, you mentioned the wicketkeeper Tevin Imlach. Imlach started the series playing as a batsman or purely as a batsman. This one is cut away. Runs for the Barbados Pride captain. 4 of them. A little bit of wit. Just as we're praising Martin for a much better performance today. He sprayed this one just outside the off stump. Not a lot of room. But there's Brathwaite getting up on his toes and helping it down to third man for a boundary. He's now on to 60. So Imlach, he started as a batsman because regular keeper Anthony Bramble was getting runs, looked good behind the wicket. Nothing could have replaced him. Nothing could have moved him. And then he got injured quite early on day number 1 in the 3rd round match against Barbados Pride. It was hit on the wrist. And that bone there, that whatever bone you call it, the wrist bone, was badly damaged. And since then, did not feature. And then Imlach got his opportunity to play purely as a wicketkeeper batsman in the round against Jamaica Scorpions right here at Diego Martin. And now getting another opportunity. So, despite Bramble was around, he was also in the team, but playing as a batsman. And we know Jeffrey Dujon started as a batsman as well, and then he got his opportunity. And like good poets would say, the rest is history.
Well, he definitely is a good prospect, Tevin Imlach. So that's well fielded there. That's a good diving stop there by the man mid-on. Looks like Denver, is it?
Yes, Denver again.
So once again, the sunshine is with us. So the rains that you were hearing a while ago, John, has disappeared. I think that the Barbados Pride wouldn't mind this now.
Perhaps there was just one nasty cloud that we could not have seen above our heads. It did not get to the field at all, so the umpires and the players were unmoved. I'm not sure if they even realized it was raining ahead of us. This one has edged.
Chopped it on.
Gone. There is Carter edging and is caught at the wicket.
God, I thought he played it on to the stump.
Yeah,
Okay.
so Martin, the lively and the impressive Martin, gets his first wicket. And it's Jonathan Carter, as we can see now on the replay, nibbling outside his off stump there. And healthy edge to Dennis Smith. Gone for 21. The Pride now losing their 3rd wicket. 167 for the loss of 3.
Well, Martin certainly is going to be feeling a lot better with that wicket because he was having such a torrid time on the opening day. And here he is this morning coming from the northern end and has looked a totally different bowler. He's kept a very good line, and here with Jonathan Carter looking to cut again down to third man. Looked like an inside edge and well taken by the wicketkeeper. So that's the fall of wicket number 3 for the Barbados Pride. Jonathan Carter, he goes for 21 of 31 deliveries. 167 for 3.
New batter, Roston Chase. And there we see Carter not carrying on. There's a nice little start in a match that is not a pressure situation necessarily for him. He got to 21 and could not carry on. Second time getting into the 20s and being dismissed this season. Got 25 against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes in the opening round. He got 71 against the Hurricanes in the second innings, not out. And 41 in the last match against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. So, not the best of seasons. You want to forget about this one. Jonathan Carter, but it's now Ruston Chase out to do battle. So, both right-handers at the crease. Previously had Raymond Reifer, Shane Mosley, and Carter's left-handers partnering Brathwaite, but now we're seeing two right-handers at the crease. And this one is flicked away off the pad and runs immediately for Ruston Chase. He's off the mark. Just have to pick another wicket. Martin staying in line and down the leg stump, flicked away. Chase is off the mark immediately.
Well, you wouldn't want to bowl a new batsman the very first delivery going down the leg side. A bad line there by Martin this time. The man down at fire leg was fairly wide. He had no chance. Ruston Chase clipping that easily down to fine leg, and he gets off the mark with a boundary. 171 for 3 Barbados. That's over number 43. Greg Brathwaite is on 61. Ruston Chase just got off the mark, so it's going to be Kenneth Demba, the off spinner. And for Demba, there's a forward short leg and a slip. Short mid wicket. As he whips this one to the man at short mid wicket, no run. On the offside, just a cover and a mid off, plus the slip, so a big gap between the man at slip and the man at cover. Very strong on-sided field here, and Brathwaite goes forward defensive. There's a man at forward short leg. He kept it down nicely. Looking to attack here now, Windward Island Volcanoes, and why not?
Yeah, they've picked up 2 wickets.
Some wickets.
Yeah, they've picked up 2 already for the morning. Would want to have some more.
Could get some bowling points here.
Yeah, they want to control this passage of play.
I like the field he is employed here. Very attacking. He's still got a couple men on the deep and on the onside. There's a deep mid wicket, almost a forward square leg on the boundary, and there's a long on. 2 men, 3 men in close catching position. The others trying to stop a single. Demba right arm over. And he gets the outside edge, and a good stop there by the man at slip. He was travelling pretty quickly. He had to get down fairly quickly as well. So Demba getting the outside edge of Craig Brathwaite's bat. But it went all along the ground. This time he turns it on the onside, wide of the man at short fine leg, but he gives chase and in a slide and stop, picks up and returns. So just a single for Brathwaite. It's the end of the over, and the end of that over, Barbados Pride 172 for 3.
Yeah, the deficit now 31 runs, but that's a very good over from Demba. Trouble the batsman. He has a 9-wicket haul against the kind of Harpy Eagles. I mean, though the Harpy Eagles should know to play a spin a little bit, but he managed to get 9 wickets against them at the Queen's Park Oval in the opening round. 4 in the first innings and 5 for 80 in the second innings. So he's among the wickets, Demba, despite not getting a whole lot in bunches. 15 wickets overall in this season. 9 he started with, just petered out a little bit. And he had Chase and Brathwaite a bit uncomfortable.
I'd like to see him probably flight and spin the ball a little more and even slow up some of his deliveries, Demba. This is played off on the offside for a single. I think he's bowling just a bit too quickly, Demba. Needs to bowl a lot slower. Try to mix the deliveries a bit more. That's a very fast arm action as well. So for Roston Chase, Martin has 2 slips. Those are the only men in close catching position. There's a point on the boundary, short extra cover, and a man at deepish cover. Then there's a mid-off. On the onside there's a mid-on, a short mid-wicket, and fine leg fairly deep. Here is Martin, Roston Chase. Well, there's a picture at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, and I thought we just saw the Jamaican team ready to go onto the field. Well, they say as changeable as the weather. So things look pretty bleak down in the Southland. In that game between the Leeward Islands Hurricane and the Jamaica Scorpions. But back here at the Brian at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, we have brilliant sunshine. It's probably the best we've seen it for the morning. Skies as well beginning to clear to the northeast there, John. You're not seeing any dark, heavy clouds. Probably a bit to the south, but that as well is heading westwards out to the Gulf of Paria. So it is looking encouraging here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. We started on time, lost just about 10 minutes actually, but we've had non-stop play so far, and Barbados have progressed from 109 for 1 overnight. Here is Martin, drives on the onside, good looking shot here by Roston Chase. Man at mid-on is giving chase, but he can't stop them from getting 2 runs. So a good looking shot from Roston Chase on driving wide of mid-on. Yeah, they started at 109 for 1. They've now progressed to 175. They lost 2 wickets this morning. That of Raymond Reifer, he was out for 71, and just a while ago Jonathan Carter caught by the wicketkeeper of the bowling of Martin for 21. That made it 167 for 3. Roston Chase is out there with his captain Brathwaite. He is on 6.
That's a stifled appeal, but I think umpire immediately saying not out. Let's have a look, maybe for height, but let's see as Martin comes in rolling over the wicket. Tall man Martin to a tall batsman as well. Umpire did signal leg by.
He signaled leg by. There was no edge. That looked a bit in front of me. I don't know if it was bouncing. Can't really tell from that one replay. We do not have it close up. Neither. Look really close there, John.
Umpire Gustard, however, was very quick to say not out, so he was convinced maybe it was a bit high for Roston Chase, who is a tall man.
He could have saved himself some blushes there by not signaling leg by.
I do agree with you. So
everyone would have thought, well, okay, he got an inside edge.
Yes. So that's the end of the over. 177 for 3, and we see some rain now at the Queen's Park Oval. So it's getting closer to us. The Queen's Park Oval, where Imlak is going to be maybe left high and dry on 48 in rain. And there's another wicket that went down. Therefore, we've seen the fall of Vishal Singh. So 3 wickets going down for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Brian Charles getting his first wicket to support Uthman Mohammed, who had the opening 2. So there we see Vishal Singh caught at the wicket of the bowling of Charles for 19. So Akshay Prasad will partner Tevin Imlak if play will resume. Imlak and Chanapur started. Chanapur 25, Leon Johnson 4, Vishal Singh 19. 109 for 3. in reply to 218 made by the Red Force in their first innings. And the announcer here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex a bit late in his call, and Craig Brathwaite pulling out upon hearing that. Denver starts a new over. So the rain is down in Port of Spain. Harpy Eagles 109 to 3.
It's just a couple of miles from here, you know, John. So but here it's brilliant sunshine here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. A little surprised to hear that they're going off the field at the Queen's Park Oval. It's very close by. Good field here by Denver for Brathwaite, even though he is on 64. And looking to whip this on drive, well fielded by the bowler himself. Forward short leg, very short mid-on, and a slip. It's a good technique coming forward, Brathwaite. He doesn't give the man at forward short leg any chance whatsoever. He gets right to the pitch and head well over the ball. He smothers the spin. Here he sweeps well. Beats the man at short fine leg all the way down to the backward square leg boundary for 4. So quickly picked up the line, picked up the length, and played a very good sweep shot, rolling the wrist on contact, keeping it on the ground. Lovely shot.
Sometimes you see some batters trying to hit themselves out of this rut and tend to lose their shape. But there was Brathwaite just playing the ball on its merit and getting the boundary, not trying to slug at all.
Yeah, he didn't look to hit that too hard. You know that the man at fine leg was fine and short. And this time again.
Well, this time it's a poor delivery from Denver and given the treatment. So back-to-back boundaries now of the bat of Craig Brathwaite. And that's going to be the end of an expensive over from Denver. Got it on the full. Swept powerfully all along the ground. 185 now.
He picked the line as well. You know it was drifting down leg and he got the full toss, but it was very well played. So 2 consecutive boundaries here by Craig Brathwaite. He moves to 72. That's over 144 deliveries. So he's really been watchful in this innings, not giving the bowlers a lot of chances. And he has played some good shots as well. Looks the part, Craig Brathwaite. You can see that he just wants to get a long knock, John. As you rightly said, he's preparing himself probably for those international matches that would be here against Bangladesh pretty soon. So he's probably warming up for that series.
The deficit now 18 runs. So Barbados Pride is 18 runs away from overhauling 203 made by the Volcanoes in their first innings.
So more importantly, getting a bonus batting point when they should reach 200.
Yeah, I think the physio for the Volcanoes is on the field, and he was just looking at the eye of one of the fielders. Yeah. So it seems well, all is well that ends well. Yes, that batting bonus point to be very well needed by Barbados Pride in their push to defend the title.
Craig Brathwaite as well would be eyeing 100, no doubt. Martin has won for 63 of 12.1 overs. Then were roughly treated there by Craig Brathwaite in that last over. Drifting down the leg side of the Barbadian captain and was swept beautifully down backward of square for 2 consecutive boundaries. Martin has 2 slip. Everybody else looking to save runs. Ross and Chase reaching out there to drive that ball up the front foot. He wasn't actually to the pitch of it.
Brathwaite 28 runs away from another first class century. He gets there. He'll be the only batsman to score 3 centuries this season. He had that magnificent 276 at Kensington Oval against the Scorpions in round 2. Then the next round, round 3, 111 batting in the second innings against the Harp Eagles at the Queen's Park Oval. So just those 2 scores of real significance for him in this series. Now he is on 72. That's a well bowled full delivery from Martin, who now as well is growing in confidence now that he's picked up that wicket as well. Seem to be landing in better areas from the northern end.
Yeah, he's bowling with a lot more confidence.
Yeah.
He's not overstepped the crease at all in the spell. He's bowled a good line, and now that he's got 2 right-handers at the crease, he's shifted his line quite nicely. It was a good Yorker line delivery. Roston Chase had to come down pretty quickly on it. Again, that's well bowled.
Slight shape as the ball moved away after pitching. Expensive. 1 for 63 from this is now his 13th over. But sometimes you can travel. The wicket's very important. Got the wicket of Jonathan Carter. Caught at the wicket for 21, 3 for 167 moments ago. It's under 15 minutes to go as well before lunch. And I'm sure during the lunch break, the Barbados Pride will be checking to see what's happening with that game down at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. That's the end of the over, 185 for a loss of 3. Yeah, Demba to continue the start of his 14th over. 1 for 63 before this. So sorry, that was Martin's figures. Demba none for 37. Oh, this one's played fine down towards fine leg. The chase is on. The fielder wins the race in Akeem August. So that's a very fine tickle from Craig Brathwaite. He moves up to 74 now. That's under 50 minutes to go before lunch. They want to bat to lunch without any further loss. Perhaps get past that 203 for that first batting bonus point. Have a look at how the game is set up and then come back.
Well, Chambers moved the man from short fine leg and put him down to a deep backward square leg area, and Craig Brathwaite immediately realizing that, he played that glide down the leg side very fine. It almost went for 4, but he's quite aware of the field placing and where he needs to put the ball. Because when the fine leg was at that short fine leg, he beat him twice to his left with 2 sweep shots. And this time he played it very fine. Now he tickles it on the onside and picks up an easy single. So he's really manipulating the field as well, Craig Brathwaite. He moves on to 75 and the total goes to 188 for 3. Barbados Pride looking good at the moment. No doubt. Sure their fans back at home would be looking to get celebrations going, John.
Well, it's about time. They played very well throughout this tournament as the over comes to an end. 188 for 3. The first game, Barbados Pride beat the Leeward Islands Hurricanes by 4 wickets at Kensington. Second game, beat Jamaica Scorpions by 10 wickets, also at Kensington Oval. The third game, they lost to the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And this is live action this is live picture, no action, live picture down at Taruba, the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, where the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and Jamaica Scorpions, they're up to play. So there's no play at the moment because of rain, and that has been the situation all day. On day number 4, there was a glimmer of hope, but then the players went back into the respective dressing rooms. And you can see that water accumulating on that covers. So Larry Edward will pick up the attack. He's going to be bowling from the northern end of the ground. And like I said, the only defeat to the Pride this season was their loss to Guyana Harpy Eagles in round 3. They bounced back in round number 4 to beat the local side Trinidad and Tobago Red Force by an innings and 22 runs inside 3 days. So here they are in round number 5 on the verge of another championship. The second since the Professional Cricket League started. This one is pulled away, runs for the Pride, runs for Craig Brathwaite, and that's going to take him into the 80s. That's a very short ball, a ranked long hop from Edward. He's now on to 79, in fact. So that's poor delivery and given the treatment.
Yeah, but he was quickly onto the back foot there, Craig Brathwaite. He wasted no time picking up that short delivery, and he picked the gap beautifully as well, hitting it all the way on the ground down to a straight mid-wicket for 4. It's Larry Edwards. Before this spell that he's now been brought on, he had 6 overs, conceded just 6 runs, didn't get any wickets. And he is left arm around the wicket to the Barbadian captain. He has just the one slip. There's a forward short leg. On the outside there's a backward point, there's a deep extra cover, a normal cover and a short extra cover. There's a long off as well. And on the onside there's a mid on, a short mid wicket, and there's a man at forward short leg.
Over completed, and the Barbados Pride trailed by just 11 runs, so they're getting closer to a batting bonus point and closer as well to overhauling that 203 made by the Volcanoes in their first innings. But it has been a good performance generally by the Barbados Pride. The only stumble, like I said, was in round number 3 after 3 months of no cricket when they lost to the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Harpy Eagles played a real good game to beat them, however, but other than that, it's been a good performance from the Pride.
Very much so. I think they should be aware of the fact as well that there might be just 2 overs before the luncheon interval, John, and they should try to get at least to 200 and ensure that they get that bonus batting points before they go in for lunch. I don't know if they've thought about that out there.
And with the weather looming as well, they
Yeah, the weather is a factor, really.
Want to at least get that 1 point, because there's a huge difference between 199 and 200 runs. Quickly taken single. So they might be looking to get that 200 before the break. Just about 8 minutes to go before lunch. So it's spin bowling as well. And some balls being floated up nicely. They can actually play some big shots. They're not looking to play too rash shots just yet. Brathwaite very watchful. Playing every ball on its merit. Quite a model of concentration, Craig Brathwaite.
Well, 276 is a big score for an individual to make, John.
Yeah.
That really was a mammoth score by Craig Brathwaite.
There were lots of runs in that game because Jamaica Scorpions batted first and got 328. John Campbell got 127. That was well played by Roston Chase. Reverse sweeping and getting the boundary. So the acceleration is on. Chase now moves up with that to 11. He's into double figures. And the score now 198. So well played, Roston Chase.
Yeah, well, he didn't mind taking the risk there. He realizes how important it is that they should at least try and get a 200 before the luncheon interval to ensure that they get this bonus batting point. And he took the chance with a reverse sweep, and how perfectly he played that, John. It raced away to down to the backward point boundary, and it was all along the ground as well. So that was a good reverse sweep there by Chase. Just 2 runs away from a bonus point and a repeat. Is this a instant replay?
It's not an instant replay, but if it's nice, you do it twice. So well played, Roston Chase, and that's 200 runs for Barbados Pride. 202 for 3. And the Pride now getting their first batting bonus point of this contest. And they're just trailing the Volcanoes by 1 run. That is of academic interest in the context of the game. Batting bonus points is what the Barbados Pride are after. Well played again to Roston Chase.
Yeah, very well played, Chase. And there are some Barbadian players sitting just in front of us, Chase. They were cheering lustily with that second reverse sweep from Chase. They knew that it was a batting point in the bag, and just a couple of runs away from overhauling the first inning score as well. So a good position to be in here, Barbados. They have had a bit of the luck as far as the weather is concerned, but I thought they deserved to be in the position they are in. They played extremely good cricket throughout the tournament. They led the tournament from the very first round, and they never relinquished that lead. You know, it's a pole-to-pole victory, and you have to salute the Barbados Pride. I thought that they played very good cricket, and most likely they are going to emerge the champions for 2022, and they would have defended their title quite successfully.
You mentioned that 276. I was about to tell you the story. Jamaica Scorpions 328 in their first innings, and the Pride had to bat not only to save the game but also to win the game, and there was where Brathwaite answered and responded with 276 because John Campbell had made 127 in the first innings, and that was the match before the Test series with England. So all of these players were in the mix, trying to get the attention of the selectors. And the Pride responded with 521 for 8 declared with Brathwaite 276. And that not only was enough to beat the Jamaica Scorpions, but also for both of those players to get into the West Indies side. And they went on to defeat England 1-0 in the Test series. And now they're playing with an eye on the Bangladesh Test series looming.
So this more than likely could be the last over before the luncheon interval. Barbados now have gone ahead. They have overhauled the first inning score of the Windward Island Volcanoes 203. They are now 204 for 3. And they also have a bonus batting point in the bag. So looking good, Barbados Pride.
Yes, and they can say that when they started this morning, that would have been the aim and they've achieved that. So they'll head to lunch, the happier side, and perhaps, if in the context of the tournament, the happiest side. And if you're in Barbados, want to say good morning as we get closer to lunch on day number 4, the fourth and final day of the fifth and final round match in the Cricket West Indies Regional 4-Day Championships. Barbados Pride on the verge of defending their title. They won in 2020. 2019-2020 season being abbreviated due to COVID-19. End of the over.
This would have been the only game that Barbados Pride would not have won outright, and that is only because of the rain. That's the luncheon interval there,
Yes,
John.
the stumps have been lifted. The players are walking away, and that's the end of the first session in 3 days. Days number 2 and 3 totally washed out, and here we are on day number 4, getting in some action. We started with the Pride on 109 for a loss of 1, with Craig Brathwaite on 39 and Raymond Reifer 56. Well, we have lost Reifer for 71. Jonathan Carter followed for 21, but Brathwaite is still there. He's on 81, and Roston Chase with him on 16, and that's the position at lunch. 204 for the loss of 3, 51 overs bowled, leading by just 1 run, but that is of academic interest in the context of the game. So Ryan John 2 for 31, Darius Martin 1 for 63, the successful bowlers. And in about 40 minutes, weather permitting, we'll be back with some more live action when Barbados Pride continue their first innings. 204 for the loss of 3. Do join us then.
Regional fixture, Barbados Pride and Windwards.
So welcome back to the Digger Martin Sporting Complex, and welcome back to the action as well, with the Barbados Pride continuing in their first innings, 204 for the loss of 3. We're about to begin the action in the second session on day number 4. We trust that you had a good lunch. The players are out in the middle, refreshed and satisfied after what should have been a good lunch, but who would have had a better lunch is still to be decided. But the Barbados Pride leading by just 1 run, having overhauled that 203 all-out made by the Windward Islands Volcanoes early up on day number 1. We're now at day number 4. Days 2 and 3 totally washed out. Craig Brathwaite is on 81. Ruston Chase, who's about to take guard, is on 16. 51 overs bowled. Once again, with me is Anil Raja. And the first session this morning, 27 overs bowled, 95 runs scored. 2 wickets went down. The Barbados Pride more definitely enjoying that morning session.
Very much so. Good afternoon to all our viewers. And the Barbados Pride well poised here to successfully defend their regional title as the 4-day champions. They're looking for just a couple extra bonus batting points here to ensure that that is the case. I don't think there's too much of a bother really, because that game between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the Jamaica Scorpions is yet to get started down at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. So no threat really of the second place team upsetting the Barbados Pride here. Very well played innings we've seen so far from Captain Craig Brathwaite. He is not out. 81. Ruston Chase is the man on strike. He is on 16. So Barbados no doubt will be looking up to 250, 300. Couple more bonus batting points. Yes, she is driving on the onside. A diving attempt there by Demba to get across to that, but he couldn't stop it. Down too long on for a single. Wouldn't be much in the match again, John. I mean, I think that Barbados have achieved what they wanted to this morning. No chance of an outright victory for either team. So it's more of a stalemate really at this point in time.
Well, with 2 days lost to rain, stalemate on the cards. But Brathwaite now on the verge of another first-class century. Maybe that can be something to look forward to.
Yeah, I thought that he would want to go on and get 100, and why not? Pick up a couple extra bonus batting points to make sure that the Hurricanes are nowhere close to them at the end of the day's play. In any event, John, I can't see the Hurricanes getting even 1 bonus batting point in the rest of the day's play. They would have to score 200 runs, and they have not yet started. So that's the end of the first over after lunch. Barbados on 206 for 3. Craig Brathwaite 82 not out. Just 18 runs away from another first-class 100. And more importantly, to see Barbados lift the regional title once again.
I was just doing some research while you were having lunch and the players, and it shows me that Devon Smith is in his 222nd first-class match overall, of which 148 of those are for the Windward Islands side. He has played in teams including the Buster Cup 11, Caribbean 11, what is called West Indians 11, 43 test matches for West Indies, 16 matches for West Indies A side, West Indies Board 11, 1, West Indies Presidents 11, 1. But 148 of those matches of 222 for the Windward Islands. Definitely human services by the 40-year-old Grenadian.
You bet on that, because I don't think a lot of people would have even gotten close to Devon Smith's contribution to the game. He's a long-standing servant of not only Windward Islands cricket but West Indies cricket as well, and how well he has carried about himself. I mean, 38 first-class 100, John, that's a lot of days at the office, and that shows the quality of the man as well. He may not have done as well as he should at the test level. As you pointed out, I thought it was a day or two ago that he probably did struggle a bit against quality spin bowlers, and probably that's one of the reasons that he didn't have a more distinguished test career. But what a servant he has been to the game. I think all the accolades that have been showered on him, all the praise, and the tribute that was paid to him on the first day here, I think it's so deserving. So well done to Devon Smith. As I say, a pleasant good afternoon to all of our viewers across there in Barbados. Hope you're taking in the coverage and that you would be well pleased with your team's performance this year in the regional 4-day tournament. Just on the verge here of defending their title as the regional 4-day champions, Craig Brathwaite looking towards another century at this level. He's on 83. I think this would be of interest here now that the game is no longer going to be decided if there's an outright winner or loser. Definitely it's going to be a drawn match. Barbados just trying to accumulate a couple more points. Batting bonus points, that would be, and Brathwaite no doubt looking to see if he can reach 3 figures once again. McSween has been brought back into the attack. He has none for 37 off his 10 overs previously. Oh, and this is a good climbing short pitch delivery from McSween. It was coming back into the right-handed Brathwaite. Have a look at this here. And that's when you're looking at the ball all the way, keeping his eyes on it, and at the very last moment decided that he had to get his head out of the way. Good line as well there by Preston Mastreak. It had some pace also. But Craig Brathwaite is seeing it as big as they come. I like his quickness with his hands and his bat speed, John, to the fast bowlers. You can see that he has improved quite a lot with his footwork and his bat speed as well.
Yes. Nimble foot movement. He looked real good. And he's in a purple patch for the longest while. Runs across various formats, including the test format. Leg by signaled by umpire Patrick Gustard of Jamaica to end McSween's over after lunch. The lead is now a slim 1-5, but Brathwaite on 83 eyeing another first-class century. So that may be the next milestone we can look forward to in this match. We still have good weather. The weather has maintained that sunny nature since the start of play, so it hasn't been overcast per se. We haven't seen the rain either, so it's good weather. Total contrast to days 2 and 3, and because of that we're having good action in the middle.
The ground dries off pretty quickly as well. If you can recall yesterday, John, in a lot of areas around the outfield there were a lot of puddles of water on the surface, and we were wondering really whether we were going to get play or not yesterday. And as it turned out, the umpire's quite right, he called it off. This is tickled very fine indeed, and it's going to run down to the fine leg boundary. The man at deep back with square leg had a very long chase, but Craig Brathwaite was trotting back for the second one, not interested at all in the third. Thought there was a chance of a third run there. Roston Chase was running hard, but Craig Brathwaite showed him even on the second run that he was not going to come back for a third. It's a backward square leg on the boundary. There's a man just forward of the square leg umpire on the boundary. There's a long on. Those are the deep fielders on the onside. As Demba right arm over the wicket, and it is turned away on the onside, just wide of the man at forward short leg, down to backward square leg, who has to come 15-20 meters to retrieve that ball. So Craig Brathwaite moves on to 86. Barbados 2-12 for 3. Then Manon for 55. Finding the going a bit tough here down at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. The pitch is not really offering a lot for the spinners. And again, this is turned down to fine leg. Manipulating the field on the onside, really, even though he's got a pretty strong onside field. Just the 3 men on the offside. There's a deepish mid-off, a cover, and a slip. The onside there's a forward short leg. There's a man also at a very short mid-on, very close to the pitch, very straight. There's a short mid-wicket, and those 3 men in the deep, long on, forward square leg, and backward square leg. Outside edge found there by Denver. And again, that ball not coming off the edge and going to hand. Craig Brathwaite taking the bottom hand off that bat pretty quickly. And that probably is the reason the ball didn't travel in the air. He's playing with a very limp bat. This time he gets right to the pitch and smothers the spin. And this one passes a lot closer to the man at leg gully. It was in the air for a while, and there was a bat on it as well. Yes, the umpire has signaled that as runs. It would have been interesting to see if that was in the air.
It actually was in the air. He turned it off the hip and almost into the hands of the fielder at leg gully. And that's perhaps one of the downfall, we may say, of Craig Brathwaite. Tend to play around his hip and a bit airy. So he's gone on to 88 at the end of the over, 215 for 3. Craig Brathwaite. And this is live action at the Queen's Park Oval. You've seen Imlach getting to his half century. Kimo Paul is there with him. It means that another batsman has gone down. So Imlach getting his 3rd consecutive half century this season. Congratulations to the young man. 3 in 3, but not carrying on.
Yeah, that was a bit surprising. The man scoring 3 consecutive half centuries and can't find a regular place on the Happy Eagles team, Imlach. But I'm sure that those last 3 innings would put him in good stead to play on a regular basis, John.
I think it did, actually, because remember he started as a batsman purely and got his opportunity with the gloves, the wicket-keeping gloves. So with that performance, not only goes to show that there's depth in the wicket-keeping aspect or wicket-keeping game back home in Guyana, but the depth of this batting as well, because even before getting his opportunity at the first-class level, in the trials and even at the domestic level, Imlach has been hitting very hard at the selectors, so it was very difficult to ignore him with his humongous scores you were getting at home. Got 79 against Jamaica Scorpions right here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. And many felt he should have carried on, but the Jamaica Scorpions were not getting him out. Chandra was at the other end. It was a tough time for the Scorpion bowlers, but they started to use taunt and a little bit of sledging maybe, and it got to him and he had a rush of blood, chipped down the wicket and lost his wicket. But he will learn. This is now his 3rd consecutive half century. Runs don't come easily at this level. You got to work for them, and he's showing that he's prepared to put in the hard work. He's one of the fitter players as well on that Harp Eagle side. Works very hard on his fitness, his mental fitness as well as his physical fitness. Nice delivery from Maxwell. But it goes to show that the wicket-keeper cupboard is not necessarily bare in the West Indies as well. Lots of options now.
And most of the wicket keepers too, they know that they've got to improve their batting as much as they can, and most of them, as you're seeing, are producing runs with the bat as well. We got Joshua De Silva, we got Dorrich, Imlach. You know, these guys are pretty good batsmen. I mean, Joshua De Silva just recently got his first Test 100. That would have given him a lot of confidence at that level. I expect that he should score quite a lot more runs at the international level. So Imlach is one to watch. As you mentioned earlier on. Teddy Bishop, another good young prospect. And we saw Kimani Melius a week ago. He had a pretty exciting knock here at the Queen's Park Oval it was. That's the end of the over, and at the end of that over, Barbados Pride 2-15 for 3. Brathwaite 12 away from another first class 100. Ruston Chase is on 19.
So this match petering out into a tame draw. 215, 12 runs leading. So if the Barbados Pride were looking to go for an outright win, they had to really score quickly and want to give themselves enough time to bowl out the Windwards Volcanoes the second time. But 2 days lost to rain, that is certainly an option out of the window.
That's more or less impossible. I don't think the Barbados would even be thinking about that. I want to believe though that once Craig gets his 100, I think he might want to call it off as well, John. You never know. I think there's some ruling to that as to what particular time you can call off these games.
Yeah, I think they have to wait until the final hour.
Yeah.
And once there's no decision clearly in place in terms of an outright win for either side, then the teams can agree that instead of prolonging the agony, let's have an early day. Yeah, so they have to wait. We have to wait until that 4 p.m. time this evening. In the meantime, we can be entertained by Craig Brathwaite. Another marathon innings from him. That was a wonderful player to look at. Shea Hope, who had one game this season, went on to West Indies side in the Netherlands and carried on his form. He got 100 in the first one international. He's the other Barbadian batter to get 100. And in that one international series, Shamar Brooks helping himself to 100 this morning.
Yeah, I like Shamar Brooks. You know, I thought he took a while before he really came onto the international scene. I think he's a pretty decent batsman, Brooks.
And that game, the Netherlands against West Indies. West Indies 308 for 5. Netherlands 274 for 7 in reply. They need 35 runs from 2 overs and 1 ball. Had a good start, Netherlands. Tapered off a little bit.
35 from 2 overs and 1 ball?
3 wickets in hand.
No, that's possible already.
Maybe they
one big over.
Yeah. Or the lack of experience may tell on the Netherlands.
Oh, no forward short leg this time. Sounded as though it was from the player's reaction as though there was an inside edge onto the pad. But there wasn't anyone on forward short leg. So that's the end of the over, and Barbados are 218 for 3.
So Denver's getting a little bit of support from this track. A little bit of bounce, a little bit of turn. But just not in the wickets column. Can't breach the defense. Can't breach the bats of Brathwaite and Chase very dogged. So Brathwaite on the verge of his 28th first class century. 10 of those for the West Indies. Quite interesting if you look at his overall stats. For Barbados, he has 12 centuries, 21 half centuries. For West Indies, he has 10 centuries and 25 half centuries. So this is now his 70th match for Barbados. And for West Indies, already played 77. Played a couple of matches for Glamorgan, Gloucestershire, Nottinghamshire. So he's travelled as well. He's had some matches in England. 3 for Glamorgan, 6 for Gloucestershire, 4 for Nottinghamshire. 1 game for Sajgor High Performance Centre.
That's a lot of cricket for a 29-year-old.
Started very early. Yorkshire, 2 matches. West Indies A, 17. Yeah. So he's the youngest player to score double 100. McSween still searching for his first wicket, just too wide of the off stump on that occasion.
Well, Roston Chase has been on trouble as well. He has quietly moved up to 20. Just before the luncheon interval, he played 2 delightful reverse sweep to perfection as well. He hit it with a lot of power and kept it on the ground as well. Ensured that they got past that 200 and the first inning score as well before they went in for the luncheon interval. But he has not been in any bother out there. He's quite at ease. McSween continues to toil here. He's now in his 13th over, has not been among the wickets, conceding 38 runs. He has 2 slip. There's a short extra cover. There's a normal cover, a mid-off and a point on the boundary. And this is in line with the stump. Roston Chase taking the bottom man away very quickly and making contact. That's because that ball reared a bit on him. Did his utmost to try to keep it down.
Just too wide of the mark again, McSween, and cannot force the batter into a stroke. 13 overs for him, completed 38 without picking up a wicket. 219 for the loss of 3. The Pride in their first innings replying to 203 made by the Volcanoes.
Craig Brathwaite. A little more attacking field here now for Denver. Putting some pressure on Craig Brathwaite. He's into the 90s. He's on 91. There's a forward short leg. There's a leg gully. And there's a slip as well. A man very short mid-on and very straight as well. So 4 men in close catching position. And he goes for a big hit over mid-wicket. And that's very well played by Craig Brathwaite. He wasn't actually to the pitch. You could see him reaching out for it, but got under it and whipped it in the air. Have a look here. Whipped it over mid-wicket down to the deep mid-wicket boundary for 4. So that's a good hit. There was a man at normal mid-wicket, but Craig Brathwaite had measured him quite well, lofting it over his head. Whipping action, a lot of wrist in that shot. Now that man at short mid-wicket has gone out to deep mid-wicket. Attempted sweep shot here, he loses his balance completely. Brathwaite looking to sweep that one. He was not in control of the shot. He had lost his balance. And he went down.
I think his eyes opened up a little bit, recognizing such a bad ball. He wanted to really cash in. He went a bit hard and lost his balance.
He's on 95, Brathwaite. Then by concentrating on that middle and leg stump line, he's got 6 fielders on the onside. So he wouldn't want to bowl that off stump line. End of the over, and at the end of it, Barbados are now 223 for 3. 5 away from his 100, Brathwaite. Roston Chase is on 20, so he's closing in on yet another 100, John.
That will be a 13th for Barbados. It will be a 3rd this season, and will be 28th overall. So lots at stake for Craig Brathwaite.
McSween still looking for his first wicket in this game. And this is played behind square by Roston Chase. Hitting it hard into the turf. There's a man down on the point boundary. It'll just be a single. But it brings Craig Brathwaite on strike. He's just 5 runs away from 100.
But news coming out of Barbados since he was a young man, he was always scoring hundreds, school level, and when he just started club cricket as well, into double hundreds. So hundreds, not a strange place for Craig Brathwaite to be. Likes 3 figures. Now he batted with his open stance. Runs for him again. The chase is on. Ryan John give up and allow Denver to continue.
It was well played. He didn't try to hit that too hard. It was an overpitch delivery on the pads. He waited on it and just whipped it straight up the man at short mid-wicket. Mid-on had a fairly long chase and batsmen were able to cross for 2. So that takes him just 3 runs away from 100, Craig Brathwaite. And a short pitch delivery here from McSween that Brathwaite just gets under. It's very patient indeed, Craig Brathwaite.
And as I look out the window, you can see his Barbados teammates getting ready to celebrate. There's also the coach, Vasper Drake's head coach, in deep discussion with Monty Desai, the West Indies batting consultant. So lots of persons witnessing this innings by Craig Brathwaite. He started the day on 39. in partnership with Raymond Reifer. He since lost Reifer. Reifer went for 71, giving away what was a certain 100 for him. Jonathan Carter followed for 21. Two of the experienced players wanted to finish the season on a high. This one is cut away, but down towards backward point for 1. So Reifer, previous 100, well, the only other 100 at the first class level was 108 for the Guyana Jaguars against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force at Providence in January 2018. He had 100 against the touring English side at Coolidge earlier this year, but that match was not granted first class status. That was 106 at Coolidge. So he certainly, what I would say, has given away another 100 at this level. Reifer. So rotation in the strike here. And with the final delivery in the over coming up, Brathwaite is on strike and on 98. It's the final day of the season. Lots of cricket at the first class level. But the attention will soon switch to the women's tournament. I'll tell you more about that in a short while. It's officially announced that the women's Super 50 and T20 plays will be played in Guyana, beginning very soon on Tuesday to be exact. Here is Craig Brathwaite waiting for Maxwell. Drives down the ground, 1 for him, gone for the second. He's not going to come back. Second would have been on. The fielder made a tumbling save. And I think if he really wanted it, he could have gone back for the second. He settled on 1. It's a patience game still. And that's the end of the over. Brathwaite is on 99. Chased with him is on 22. 229 for 3.
Yeah, well, he's retained strike there with a single, Brathwaite. That was a good bit of fielding as well. I thought he was going to go back for the second run, but he made a lot of ground from mid-off and came all the way to a mid-on area and a tumbling stop to prevent Craig Brathwaite from going back for that second run and getting to 100.
We see the ground a bit heavy because of the rain for 2 days straight.
Yeah, he didn't really hit it with too much power as well. He just timed it and stroked it. But I thought a lesser fieldsman would not have gotten on that. That was a good bit of fielding there.
So credit to Hakeem Auguste. Yeah, the 18-year-old. St. Lucian. So West Indies under-19 captain in the last under-19 World Cup, which was played in the Caribbean. With matches in Guyana, Trinidad, Antigua and St. Kitts. Here is Denver to Brathwaite, and with a misfeed, he will get the single that he needs to get him to the 100. That's the 100 for Craig Brathwaite. His third this season, 13th overall for Barbados, and in his career, his 28th first-class 100. Well played to the 29-year-old Barbados Pride and West Indies captain, and well-deserved 100 not out to Craig Brathwaite. 191 deliveries, 14 fours, starting the batting early up on day number 1, still here on day number 4 on 100 not out. Well played.
Yeah, it's very well played to the Barbadian captain Craig Brathwaite. And that was a lesson in how to apply yourself here. All you young batsmen should have had a look at Craig Brathwaite in this innings. Absolutely flawless. Hallmark of patience and determination. His application was spot on. Played the ball on merit, and he was deservedly rewarded with 100. Yet another 100 at the first class level, and that would be a feather in the cap and some icing on the cake as well to lift the trophy and retain your title as the regional champions and to get 100 as well. Don't forget that he's the leading scorer in the tournament. And a chance of inside head onto the pad. The wicketkeeper was diving away to his right, Smith. But it was just out of his reach. Not too sure if he got an edge onto that, Brathwaite.
From the reaction of the bowler and the wicketkeeper, gives that impression. Started the match on 475 runs, the highest this season, the most by any batsman. So now he's gone to way past 500, 575. It's simple mathematics.
And don't forget that highest score as well of 276. That was a huge effort on his part. So at the end of that over, the Barbados are now 231 for 3. Craig Brathwaite has reached his 100. He's 100 not out. Ruston Chase is on 23.
So that's the only batsman this season to have 300s. Tejan Chanapal at 140 and 184. 200s for him. Brandon King, Shea Hope. That's Aldine Thomas, Vishal Singh, Colin Archibald, Gurukesh Moti, Devon Thomas, Jeremy Blackwood, John Campbell, Yannick Carrier, Paul Palmer, and Karen Powell. They all have one. Only one in the three. One person to convert the 300s outside the off stump, swing and a miss. So a little bit of a lapse in concentration, perhaps from both of these batters, because previously that delivery would have been left alone, or we would have seen a little bit of foot movement, trying to get closer to the pitch of that ball. But it was Chase just hanging his bat out. And I think that happens when there's nothing in the game, really.
Yeah, the intensity level would have dropped a bit. But credit to Craig Brathwaite, he has not let up at all. I think he has remained intense throughout the innings. And that's a good quality from an opening batsman. Here's Chase this time. He probably heard you. Decided to let that one go by outside off stump, and that was much closer to him than the previous delivery. Nice bit of cloud cover now at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. Very cool conditions. Not much of a breeze, but the sun is hidden, and the players out there would certainly welcome the cool conditions. As we watch McSween. Again outside off stump, a Chase allows it to go by.
So the women's, like I said, women's tournament beginning in Guyana next week. That's Tuesday. That's a few days from today. With 3 matches across 3 venues in the 50 overs segment of that game, of that tournament.
Just to call out some of the batsmen to follow, you got Dulwich, Greaves, and some of the fast bowlers, Warwick, Ramon Simmons, Hakeem Jordan. So still a bit of pattern there for the Barbados Pride. Here's McSween.
Yeah, so first round matches next Tuesday will bring together the Leeward Islands against the Windward Islands. That will be at the Everest Cricket Club. Barbados take on host Guyana at the National Stadium at Providence. And Jamaica take on Trinidad and Tobago at Enmore. The 3 matches to start things off on Tuesday. Matches will continue on Thursday the 9th, Sunday the 12th, Tuesday 14th, Friday the 17th to be the 5th and final round match. It will be a round robin format. Each team will play each other once. And after that, they head to the T20 Blaze from the 19th of June. Over completed as the end of McSween's 15th, 231 for 3. So the women's will play 3 T20 matches per day at Providence. First match will begin at 9 hours, then 2 p.m., then 7 p.m. Matches on the 19th, 20th of June, 22nd of June, 23rd of June, and the final round of matches on the 25th of June. So all to play for in the women's Super 50. That's CG Insurance Women's Super 50 and T20 Blaze coming up in Guyana from the 7th to the 25th of June. Matches in the 50 overs across 3 venues: Everest Cricket Club, the Guyana National Stadium at Providence, and Enmore Community Centre Cricket Club. Barbados are the defending champions in both formats, both the 50 over and the T20. Here's Dembo getting Brathwaite to play across the line and perhaps inside edge onto the pad. We'll never know because the ball did not go to hand. And now a leg gully is going to be put in place. Ryan John. So Dembo causing a little bit of concerns, but nothing to worry about, you'd want to say, because Brathwaite has it covered. It's a mountain and a model of concentration. Standing tall and 100 not out. Chase has played a couple of reverse sweeps for boundaries. He's looking well composed at the other end on 23 as well. 231 for 3. Runs for Brathwaite, runs for Barbados. Single. But we've seen a lot of runs being scored this season. Since 2020 we haven't had first class cricket, and we came back, we've seen lots of runs. Perhaps the most we've seen in a long time. Yeah, Anil?
A lot of centuries as well. Yeah. So it's a good sign. A lot of the batters are batting as it's just thought I would have been close.
With Brathwaite's 100, we have had 1700s this season. And remember, it's a 5-round tournament, not the 10 that we were accustomed to over the years. 17.
Well, the pitches have been good as well, eh? I can tell you here at the Diego Martin Complex, this has been a batting paradise, more or less. All the games that were played there were high-scoring matches, and that track at the Barbados Cricket Academy as well is a good batting track, and so too at the Queen's Park Oval. But here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, Barbados continue to plug away. Craig Brathwaite on 101. Austin Chase on 23. 232 for 3. And this is the final day's play in this year's tournament. We have had 5 matches for each team. Normally it would have been 10 matches because it used to be 2 rounds, but because of the pandemic and the restart of the first class season in the Caribbean, they have kept it to just 1 round of matches, and therefore just 5 games for each team.
No ball started a new spell from Ryan John. Starting on another end and immediately sends down no ball. And from the Netherlands, West Indies have won that game. News from the Netherlands, West Indies have won that game. Netherlands falling 288 all out in the final over. West Indies therefore winning by 20 runs. 3 wickets coming in the final over, bowled by Sherman Lewis of the Windward Islands Volcano side. He's gotten his first international call-up. picked up 3 wickets, all 3 in the final over.
Well, not an entirely easy win for the West Indies as it was in the first game. I mean, the Netherlands took them for a run. 288, that's a decent reply.
Very good. On any ground, it's a very good reply because West Indies got 308 thanks to player of the match, Kyle Mayers with 120 and Shamar Brooks 101. Player of the series was Akil Hussain with 8 wickets.
So he picked up another 4 this morning.
Oh, and some news that will really help Barbados and to make the Barbados entire nation be very happy. The match at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy has been called off. So the Leeward Islands Hurricanes will not threaten the Barbados Pride in overhauling their points. Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the Jamaica Scorpions contest at Turuba has been called off. So at this point in time, we can begin to say formally congratulations to Barbados Pride for retaining the title in this 2022 Regional First Class Tournament.
Well, I was just taking the liberty to say it a while ago, John,
Yes.
but unofficially, really. But now that it has been confirmed, I think congratulations are in order for the Barbados Pride. They have been brilliantly led. They played excellent cricket. It was a pole-to-pole victory, really, because they started the first round and they were the leaders, and they never really relinquished that lead. And right up to the very end, the final round of matches, they have maintained their lead, and now that that game has been called off down at the Brian Lara Academy, they can call themselves the champions once again, Barbados Pride.
The second since the turn of the first class the Professional Cricket League that the Barbados Pride have won this title. Down at the Queen's Park Oval, the Guyana Harp Eagles and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force still in battle. Imlak still there on 65. He's lost 5 batters around him. Kevin Sinclair is with him on 13 at the moment. A moment ago we saw Sinclair, sorry, not Sinclair, Imlak. We'll never know, edging on floor that slip from the indication of the bowler and the wicketkeeper. Get the impression that he was edging indeed. So Barbados overall would have had 21 titles. This will be 22. But since the Professional Cricket League was introduced in 2013, this is now their second title. So by far, the most dominant side when regional first class cricket began. But in the Professional Cricket League era, Guyana with 5 consecutive titles, the dominant side, and now Barbados, the only other team to win the title with their second. So 7 years of Professional Cricket League, 7 tournaments, one would say, 7 tournaments, 5 to Barbados, 5 to Guyana, now 2 to Barbados Pride. So that's the end of the over. 235 for 3.
Yeah, and there's the announcement coming over the PA system that game down at the Brian Lara Academy has been called off, and it's been officially announced as well that Barbados have retained their title as the regional 4-day champions. Here's Demba. Loud appeal there as Roston Chase comes forward, hits him on the back leg. It appeared to be a bit high as well. So nothing happening here for Windward Islands. Them none for 68. Now in his 16th over. Even though this is the fourth day of this match, there's not a lot on offer in terms of spin. So the wicket would not have deteriorated a lot because it has been covered for 2 entire days. We have not had play, so more or less still a bit of a fresh pitch. Wouldn't find the ball gripping as Chase is pushed on the back foot. Three men in the deep on the onside.
So while it's quiet on the outside on the field, with rotation in the strike between Chase and Brathwaite, the players on the inside congratulating each other. Our camera's not picking that up because they're stuck with the action in the middle. But very good performance once again from the Barbados Pride in 2022. Devon Smith, the man on screen, after this match will say goodbye to regional first-class cricket. That's the end of the over. 64 gone, 237 for 3. Chase, maybe chasing a landmark of his own. He's on 25. Brathwaite is on 103. So when you look at the West Indies test side now, that we can also look ahead in the men's aspect of the game. Places on that test side up for grabs. Last openers, Craig Brathwaite, John Campbell. Not sure if you want to interfere with that, but T.H. Chandapol has been knocking very hard. Shamar Brooks at number 3. Nkrumah Bunner, Jermaine Blackwood. The middle order. Kyle Mayers, Jason Holder, the all-rounders. Joshua Da Silva, wicket keeper, who got his maiden 100 in the last test match. Alzari Joseph, Kemar Rhodes, Jaden Seals, the fast bowlers. Veerasammy Parmal, the spinner. There was Anderson Phillip as well in that squad. With Bangladesh coming, the selectors will have some work, will have their work cut out. Ramnir Sarwan announcing his decision to step down or step away from the role of selector. So Robert Haynes and the most honorable Dr. Desmond Haynes are in the selectors' chairs, so they will have their work cut out, but lots of persons putting their hands up to make it a little bit easier for the selectors. Maybe over the years they've had their work cut out in the other way around because of lack of performances, but this time they've had a lot of good numbers coming in, both with bat and ball.
Sarwan's resignation more or less came as a bit of a surprise, John. I thought that he had only just came into that position, and we were expecting that there would be a change of policy in terms of selectors having better knowledge and, I thought he probably would have been the ideal man for that position, but surprisingly he has stepped down. Don't know the reason really. I don't want to speculate at this point in time. It's also surprised that Robert Haynes has been recalled as a nationals, as a West Indies senior selector. I thought his stint there was pretty lackluster. I mean, at that time, West Indies was losing a lot, and a lot of people were probably disenchanted with some of the selections being made at that time when Robert Haynes was part of that selection committee. So, I'm a bit surprised that he's back.
Don't want to say too much either, but I know Ramnir Sarwan is now one of the more prominent businessmen back home in Guyana and has his family as well, some young children. So that might have been priorities number 1, 2 in any order. Family first, business second, whatever it is. West Indies cricket, despite in his heart, just could not maintain that. You never know. Only Mr. Sarwan can give us the real reason. We can only speculate. That's upish, down towards where Gully would have been, and down to third man. So Chase gets the boundary, 238, will roll over to 242. So runs for Roston Chase. Thick outside edge, and he got the boundary.
Man at third man was very wide, and he hit it wide of the man at the lone slip, and it sped down the way to the third man boundary for 4. So that's a bit of a wide, loose delivery there from Ryan John. He's been pretty decent this morning. He's now in his 12th over and only conceded 39 runs. He had 2 of the 3 wickets to have fallen. Oh, that's a good Yorker and almost getting through the defense of Roston Chase. Was looking to play a big drive there. The backlip was high but had to come down very quickly on that Yorker leg delivery there from John and kept it out of the stumps. So good ball there by John.
Might have been the ball of the day. Very well bowled from Ryan John to end the over. 242 for 3, 65 overs gone. John has now bowled 12 overs, 2 for 39 his figures.
Well, we really are honouring Devon Smith. He's now on the ball. He's coming from the southern end.
We have to check his bowling record because I'm not certain that he has bowled at all. In fact, in Test cricket, he has bowled 1 over, conceding 3 runs. In ODIs, he's bowled 2 overs, 5 balls, 17 runs conceded. He has a little bit more bowling in the first class arena. Starts with a full toss, a ranked loosener. In fact, at the first class level, he has 5 wickets overall. Best being 2 for 33. So he's had his opportunities with the ball. At the list A level, he has 1 wicket. Pulling some off break.
That's another full toss. This time it is dispatched to the extra cover boundary. Roston Chase just coming forward casually and stroking it past the man at cover for 4. So Devon Smith served up 2 full tosses in the first 2 deliveries. Probably it's his stock ball.
I wonder what he said to the umpire, because you tell the umpire you're bowling right arm over, right arm around. He probably said right arm full tosses. There he goes again. Very low full toss. And down towards long on, but the field at long off collects. So it's a heavy dose of full toss from soon to be retired Devon Sheldon Smith. Oh man, that one hit the deck.
So he's finally got no one to hit the turf.
Yeah, 4 deliveries from him. Oh, that's a good ball. Have the batsman tight in defense, Roston Chase. And he's having a jig as well, so he's enjoying his bowling performance. Devon Smith. Oh, some bounce to end the over. 7 runs conceded, but some fun as well because he's having a good time. So 249, so 1 run away from another batting bonus point for the Barbados Pride. The new the defending champions of 2022. So Ryan John is going to continue. He's bowling to the Centurion. So it was a very good tournament from all counts. 5 rounds. There were 2 rounds being played in Barbados at the start of the tournament. Other than that, every other game was played in Trinidad and Tobago. And for the first time, we're seeing the Diego Martin Sporting Complex being used. This is now its 3rd first-class match. We've had a victory in 3 days, had a drawn encounter. Now we have another draw because of rain. But another first-class venue, not only for Trinidad and Tobago to use, but for West Indies cricket to call upon.
Well, one of the good things about the tournament is that it was hardly interrupted by rain, bar yesterday and the day before. I mean, those were probably the only 2 days that there were interruptions to the cricket. But the weather has been very kind, and it allowed the teams to really play all the matches to its fullest. And I guess that's one of the reasons why we have had so many centuries being scored. Not a lot of interest at this point in time in the game because it's more or less going to peter out into a very tame draw. The Barbadian Pride have already retained their championship title. They've gone past Windward Island as first inning as well, and they have now acquired a second batting point. They are now 250 for 3.
Yeah. So they're extending the lead on that points table. Maybe if you look back at the points table, 50 years from now, we say, yes, they were really champions because of that lead they had. So trying to push that points lead ahead and far out of the reach of anyone. No need to really, because like you said, they're already champions.
Chase might probably thinking as well he can get up to a 50 and even go on to get 100, depending on how long they would want to carry on. I'd even be thinking in terms of as well as making the declaration and see if they can pick up some bowling points too, John.
Sporting declaration will be very interesting indeed. But on this flat track, I don't think they want to really test their bowlers. You never know. These things happen. Strange things happen in cricket. Maybe at tea, when tea is taken, we come back out, you see that Barbados will be in the field. Chase moves on to 35 with that single. 15 away from another first class half century. He has 26 of those. So West Indies winning 3-0. And that's the drinks break here. So we'll take a break at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex with Barbados Pride. In their first innings, 251 for 3. Brathwaite 107, Chase 35. We'll be back in a few minutes. So there we see the summary, the match summary there. The Barbados Pride leading by 48 runs as Devon Smith continues. This is his second over. And after maybe a nervous start in his first over, he's beginning to land in some good areas. This one is cut away, but straight to that fielder at backward point. Larry Edward. There's an appeal, half-hearted appeal, but yes, Devon Smith, not only known for his batting, but also seeing he's getting the ball to grip a little bit. Single to chase. So that's the end of the over. 252 for the loss of 3. A decent over sent down by Devon Smith after the drinks break.
Yeah, he's enjoying himself out there, Devon Smith. Not accustomed to bowling a lot, so he's enjoying himself out there. Barbados continue to pile on the runs, 252 for 3. So we've got the other game at the Queen's Park Oval, Guyana in reply to the TNT first innings. They are 185 for 5. Imlach is on 67. St. Clair is on 34. So a pretty good partnership here between Imlach and St. Clair. The Harp Eagles have moved on to 185 for 5. TNT Red Force getting just over 200. Looking to turn it off the pad down to fine leg there, Austin Chase. It would be a leg by, he didn't make contact with the bat. So Martin has been reintroduced into the attack. He has 1 for 63. He had 13 overs before this. He's got a very defensive field, just the one slip. There's a point on the boundary, there's a cover deep, there's a mid-off deep as well. And on the onside there's a mid-on, a mid-wicket, a backward square leg on the boundary, and also a fine leg. So 2 men posted on the deep on the onside, the backward square leg and the deep fine leg. And on the offside there's a man on the point boundary. Just the one slip here for Martin. Craig Brathwaite is on 107. He's on strike. And down the leg side, Brathwaite looks to swing him around down the leg side. Doesn't make contact.
So your guy is back into the attack. Darius Martin picked up the lone wicket. Jonathan Carter was caught at the wicket for 21. That's the only wicket Martin has. Oh, turned into the onside by Brathwaite. So Brathwaite looks as if he has shut up shop for the day. He's gotten to his 100 and not trying to really do anything. There's no intensity again.
Yeah, no, there's no intensity whatsoever. But at the same time, he's not really playing any clearer shots. He's very tight in defense, very watchful. No doubt he would want to probably close on a not out. boost his averages and his aggregate as well. And Chase opens the face down to backward point. It's a man on the point boundary, and that's just going to be a single. Total moves to 255 for 3. Chase is on 37. He'd be on strike to Martin. End of the over. Barbados remain on 255 for 3. So I guess by tomorrow most of the teams would be heading back home. They've had a pretty long stay, just over 3 weeks. So different formats now in terms of how the tournament is run. I don't know if it's because that it's a restart from the lockdown we had because of the COVID pandemic, but we grew accustomed to having a game played in each territory. You know, there's a home team and then there's the visiting team, always played in various islands, but we've had all matches being played in one island this year's tournament.
So Barbados, they started at home at the Kensington Oval with consecutive victories. Same with Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Both teams lost in the third round. However, the Pride rebounded in the fourth round, and both, well, we know what happened in the fourth round with the Red Force. And both, well, all the teams in this fifth round will be getting a draw because of rain, persistent rain due to that tropical depression. So that one extra victory by Barbados Pride made a big difference. Now we see Larry Edward back into the attack. Just 2 overs from Devon Smith, and he has disappeared. He has done his work with the ball.
Yeah, they've taken him off. They got what they wanted, a couple maidens.
Edward before this, none for 12 from 8 economical overs. Left arm is bowling round the wicket to Roston Chase. Time is drifting away. And they have nice weather now for cricket. Driven down towards extra cover. We get some runs. 4 of them for Roston Chase. He's now into the 40s. Well played. Full and wide and dispatched.
Yeah, big backlift and follow through there by Roston Chase. There's a man on the long off boundary, and there's also 2 men at extra cover. There's a very short straight extra cover, and there's a man at normal cover, and he bisected all 3 of them. The short extra cover, the man at normal cover, and also the long off. That was not a big angle there for Chase to get through, but he did. Pretty tight angle there, and he really found the gap nicely. He's now on 41. And again on the back foot, punching out to cover. Ended up being an easy single. The man at cover had to move a couple paces to his left. And that brings Craig Brathwaite on strike. Edwards fairly economical. This is his 9th over, conceding just 17 runs. Not able to pick up any wicket so far, as he's got to look at that broad bat of Craig Brathwaite.
Over completed, 260 now for 3. So the Barbados Pride confirming their position as champions of 2022. Batting and looking very good, unsettled at the moment. 167 they got together with a score on 167 for 3 when Jonathan Carter was dismissed. So it's a nice partnership. 7 runs short of 100. So 93-run partnership so far between Brathwaite and Chase. Well, when there were 2 rounds, home and away matches, and 10 rounds of cricket, there's usually that elaborate presentation ceremony that follows with the Courtney Walsh Trophy, the Clive Lloyd Trophy. I'm not sure what will be the closing ceremony and what prizes are up for grabs, especially at the individual level.
Well, I haven't heard any news about presentation ceremony or functions after the tournament.
I saw Vice President of Cricket West Indies, Dr. Kishore Shallow, presenting the winner's trophy to a director of Cricket West Indies here in Trinidad and Tobago to be handed over to the winners, because Dr. Shallow was in Trinidad and Tobago just for a few days and he went back to his office. So that trophy is in Trinidad and Tobago, and wherever it was or wherever it is should be making its way down to Diego Martin Sporting Complex. But I'm not sure if the other accolades are there as well. The individual performances, I know the most wickets were taken by Raheem Cornwall. He had 21 scalps. That's a nice shot. Good fielding, good tumbling save as well. So youthful exuberance in Hakeem Auguste. He'll remember this game for a long time, playing the last match of the 2022 first class season, which is the last of Devon Smith as well, and the game in which the Barbados Pride retained their title. So these young players will want to start building their legacy. Auguste on the losing side, but not necessarily championship side. Not losing the match, but not winning a championship, but still we want to remember the first time he played first class cricket this season. Teddy Bishop as well.
Martin getting that last delivery to bounce uncomfortably to Craig Brathwaite. He had to get up on the toes and actually take the bottom man off the bat and turn it on the onside. Looked a little uncomfortable there, Brathwaite. But here's Chase. Chase closing in on a half century as well, 43. Completely mistiming that. The bat actually spun in his hands.
So he's calling for a change of gloves immediately as the over comes to an end. So Martin working away, looking to cement his place for the next tournament, because selectors tend to remember your last game. And there's Martin, 15 overs, 1 for 67, but bowling to 2 well-set batsmen. Brathwaite on 109, Chase 43, 5 runs short of 100 stand for the 4th wicket.
Encouraging signs for Martin, because he didn't bowl all that well on the first day. He had a horrible time really, and he didn't look the part, but he certainly has improved quite a lot since this morning when he started on the northern end here, and he bowled a very good line. We have not seen him bowl any no balls as well, so it's good to see him getting back on track. And this is in the air, this could be out. Someone is getting under it, and he takes a catch on the second attempt, does he?
Yes.
Yes, it's taken, so Craig Brathwaite is out.
So that's Preston McSween running back. And you'll see once our very good cameraman Shaquille can pick that up, you'll see the effort from Preston McSween. There it was. Ball was hit in the air. It went very high. McSween running back and to his left. And he had to dive. And then he got there and the ball almost came out of his hand. On the second attempt, he held on. And that's the fall of Craig Brathwaite. Caught at long on of the bowling of Larry Edward for a magnificent and a masterful 109 from 216 deliveries, including 14 fours. So well played, skipper. 262 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, losing his concentration there finally, Craig Brathwaite, and he held out to the man down at long on. It was a good catch there in the end because it bounced out of his hands, and he was able to recover quite quickly, and he came up with the catch eventually. So that was a very well played 109 from the Barbadian captain, Craig Brathwaite. Losing his concentration there, he was not really to the pitch of the delivery. He was coming down the track. He decided that he was going through with the shot. Didn't time it. It was in the air for a long time, and he was out caught down at the long on boundary. So this brings to the wicket the Barbadian and former West Indies wicketkeeper, Shane Dowrich. He'd be joining Ruston Chase. Chase is on 43. Barbados total now 264, and they have lost their 4th wicket. It's good to see Edwards finally picking up a wicket.
In the context of the game, Devon Smith had a few overs, but I would love to see more of Akeem Auguste. Auguste was bowling a little bit of wrist spin we saw towards the end of day number 1. It would be nice to see him have a chance, have an opportunity, and he can develop once he can, extend his career. Yes, but indeed, Larry Edward working hard and getting into the wickets column. Now in his 10th over, 1 for 18. 263 for 4, so the 95-run partnership being broken.
Yeah, they missed the 100 partnership by just 5 runs. That would have been the second 100 partnership of the innings. We had 128 between Mosley and Reifer. 116, sorry.
Between Brathwaite and Reifer.
Yeah, Brathwaite and Reifer. And then 95 between Brathwaite and Chase. And this one peels off the outside edge. Dowrich getting off the mark, not in a convincing fashion. He was coming forward. It came off the outside edge. It went wide of the man and slipped. It wasn't in the air. So.
But as Devon Smith was given chase, you can see the evidence of the rains that we had over the past few days with the dead grass, leaving that wavy impression behind the wicketkeeper and all around the ground. So evidence of lots of rain over the past few days. So not a lot in it for these teams. We've seen a century already being scored. We said that would have been the next milestone to look forward to. Now with Chase approaching a half century, maybe that will have to be the one. But until 4 p.m. then the umpires will want to call it off. So that's the end of Larry Edwards' first successful over. The over which he got a wicket of Craig Brathwaite for a wonderful 109. Chase is still there. He's on 44. Dowrich just got into the crease. He's on 265 for 4. And that's the fall of Tevin Imlach wicket as well at the Queen's Park Oval. So Terence Hines getting his man. Leg before wicket. So Imlach gone for 76. Yet again falling in the 70s. And the Grand Harp Eagles losing a 6th wicket, 205. So they have collected a batting bonus point. About to overhaul 218 made by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in their first innings. So that too as well is another dead rubber, because Imlach might have been the next milestone to get 100, but he's gone for 76, fell for 79 right here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, and his first half century of the season was at Queen's Park Oval against Barbados Pride, made 53. But that is where Craig Brathwaite is better than all of these young batsmen. He's gotten a start, got to a half century, but he has converted to triple figures. All 3 times Craig got to 50, he's made it into 3 figures this season.
He's a very mature player as well, you know. He's come along quite nicely. Very experienced now and pretty young still, 29 years of age, but played a lot of first-class cricket, Craig Brathwaite. So he's got the experience. He's matured quite nicely, and he knows how to stay in the wicket as well. He would continue to make a lot of runs. Mightn't be in the likeness to some people. They like to see quick scoring. He's not that type of batsman. But I think his stroke play has improved as well. So I imagine Ryan Chandapol and Craig Brathwaite getting well set in a test match as openers. I wouldn't like to be on the bowling team really, because these guys, they don't really give you a lot of chances.
That'll be interesting. There's Chandapol and Craig Brathwaite, left-hand, right-hand combination, but both very watchful.
Yes, not giving the bowler a chance. That's a prospect in the making, really.
Yeah, well, Tej actually shows that he's multidimensional. He can turn it up when it needs be. And that game against the Barbados Pride at Kensington Oval, the Queen's Park Oval, in round number 3, the Pride said the Harpy Eagles a target of 68 in 13 overs, and they got there thanks to 10 ball 23 from Chandapol when the team was struggling. Top order, well, he did not open the bat in Chandapol, but I've seen a couple of wickets falling, and then he had to come steady the ship along with his captain.
Chase running hard here, looking for 2. He's easy because man down at point boundary had to run around 10-15 meters to his left. So Chase looking a bit urgent now.
Yes.
Gets closer to that half 100. He is on 47.
Once he gets there, to be the 27th time he has gotten to that landmark. So it's getting closer. And you know, they say all work and no play will make Jack a dull boy. I'll tell you why I'm saying that in a short while. Because it's quite interesting. That's driven nicely, and no one backing up, so the fielder did not throw. That's Larry Edwards. So just one more to Ruston Chase. He's going to keep the strike at the start of the new over. 270 for 4. Chase is on 48. Dowrich on 3.
Ruston Chase just a couple runs away from a half century. Batted pretty well this morning. He didn't take a lot of chances, but he didn't seem to be in any bother whatsoever. I don't think any of the bowlers really troubled him.
I was particularly impressed with the reverse sweep. Those sweep shots that he played very early, Ruston Chase.
Yeah, I thought that was well timed in the context of the match. They needed to get that 200 runs, and it was just the final over before lunch. And he ensured that they got to 200 for that extra bonus batting point. And they also went past the Windward Islands on the first innings. So even it's a very difficult and risky shot. He took his chances and he came out with it. So I thought that was well played. Delightful shots as well. It was perfectly played. Oh my! This is a full toss.
No,
a long hop.
Very long hop. And he missed out. So he wanted the boundary, did not get the boundary, got the two that he needed to take him to 50. That's his 27th first class half century to Roston Chase, and his 50 coming off of 90 deliveries with 6 boundaries. Well played.
Yeah, good knock here from Roston Chase. None of the bowlers, as I said, really had him in any trouble whatsoever. He batted at his leisurely pace and was untroubled. He had his captain with him at the other end for most of the innings.
Yes.
That would have helped. So he's now on 50, Roston Chase.
And he has joined Reifer with a half century in the game. And I was saying, all work and no play will certainly make Jack a dull boy. President Ali, back home in Guyana, has thrown out a challenge to play one of the Masters team, the Everest Masters, to a cricket match this afternoon. So, the public servants tend to leave office at 3 p.m., 3:30, and President Ali will take some time off as well with maybe some of his staff to play one of the better teams in Georgetown to a friendly cricket match. And Anil Raja smiled.
that should be some fun. Was it? It's an age group over 40, you said?
Yeah, so Everest Masters made up of guys 40 years and above.
Clyde Butt should be on that team.
Clyde Butt's actually, in his early days, played for Everest, but has not played for the Everest Masters. He's at another club. So that's the end of the over, 272 for 4. Yeah, that should be exciting. Tell you what, President Ali in Guyana is very active as a player. He goes to the Muslim Youth Organization in the evenings after work and would play some cricket on the lights. And he's challenging. I think he's perhaps in good form, and so now he's riding on confidence. So he's asked one of the better teams for a match. Had I been home, I'd have been playing actually.
Well,
but that's my team.
I was now about to say that there should be a big crowd here as well.
Well, it was just announced because we're in a chat group. I just saw it popped up. Yes.
Yeah, they're very, very keen on their cricket, the Guyanese public. I can tell you when we were there in 1997 for the regional under-19 tournament, I was the coach of the Trinidad and Tobago team, and every single, this is Norwich, every single venue we went to, there were so many youngsters at the grounds, and they were there before the players arrived. And what do you think they were there for? Not only to see the game, they wanted to bowl at the visiting batsmen and give them, when they have their knock-ups and they warm up before the game. We didn't have to ask people to bowl or come and bowl this one. These guys were just willing and ready to bowl at these players. And this is where they develop their skills from at that early age, and the love for it and the exposure. We were amazed by that.
Edge taken. Devon Smith takes it. So it's a short ball working for Darius Martin with Dowrich, and his eyes lit up, looking to go for the booming drive, but he got the extra bounce. And as you can see, a wide slip, and there's Devon Smith in his 222nd first class match, his last at this level, taking that very easily. So that's the end of Dowrich, caught at first slip by Devon Smith, off the bowling of Darius Martin for 3. Barbados Pride 272 now for a loss of 5.
That was a smart, sharp catch there by Devon Smith at slip. He's not the youngest guy out there on the field, but he made that look very easy indeed. Shade already, that was a pretty loose shot. I mean, he had played one just a couple of deliveries as well, and he missed. I thought that he would have checked himself there, but he went again after that wide, high delivery, only to top edge it to the man at first slip, Devon Smith, who pulled off a smart catch there. So Barbados Pride have now lost their 5th wicket with the score on 272. Shane Dowrich didn't make much of a contribution, just the 3 runs. and that makes it 272 for 5. So Dorridge goes. Roston Chase is out there on 50. So it's good to see Martin, after such a poor display on the first day, John, to come back and look pretty good this morning. He's been fairly economical. His line has been good. He's bowling with a bit of pace as well. And he's not bowled any no balls. He was having a no ball problem on the first day. He seemed to have corrected that.
Looks a totally different bowler today, Darius Martin. Will be bowling to the new batter in Justin Greaves. Justin Greaves, right-handed player, about to take guard. So they've lost a couple of wickets this afternoon. The lunch was taken with a score 204 for a loss of 3. With Craig Brathwaite on 81, Roston Chase on 16. They've since lost Brathwaite for 109, a well-played 109. He's 28 first class 100, third this season, and 13th for Barbados. And just lost the wicket of Shane Dowridge for 3. Chase is still there on 50, and Greaves, the new batter. So as we head towards the tea interval, which is another 23 minutes away.
Well, Martin is now in his 17th over. Remember, on the first day he bowled 5 overs for 35 runs. Now he's in his 17th over and just conceded 72. So just 37 runs coming in. This would be his 12th over for the day. So that's a vast improvement for what we performed on the first day. Good to see the young man getting back on stride. Ooh, good attempted Yorker here.
That's a well bowled delivery. Well pitched up the Yorker coming out. And importantly, from Martin's standpoint, he has not sent down a no ball today. Had an awful start.
I guess that is what really shook his confidence on the first day when he bowled the first couple no balls. It really threw him off, and then he was not really able to get back on stride. He had lost his line as well, and he was fairly expensive. But he's come back today and he's really shown his worth. So that's a single long to backward point there. 273 for 5. Roston Chase is on 50. Greaves just off the mark there with that single.
So over completed. Greaves is on 1. Chase 50. 273 for 5. Martin, his second wicket. 17 overs for him. So 22 minutes to go or thereabout for tea. Play in the game. Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the Jamaica Scorpions called off. So that match ending. Just the Jamaica Scorpions batting and getting to 302 in their first innings. And the Hurricanes just faced 4 balls in their first innings. So that game abandoned down at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And over at the Queen's Park Oval, Sinclair's gone on to a 50. So that's his maiden first class half century to Kevin Sinclair. With him is Veerasammy Parmal, and yet to get off the mark. 214 for 6. 218 is what Trinidad and Tobago Red Force made in their first innings. I remember that 1997 youth tournament in Guyana. It would have been the 5th consecutive year that Guyana won that under-19 title, and had lots of big names in that tournament. Ramnari Sarwan, captain of Guyana. Homchan Puran, Ian Kachi, Lalchan Prasad. I remember those names because
there was the wicket keeper who got injured in the very first game, Hanif.
Azib Hanif, yes, I was Azib Ali Hanif.
Azib Ali Hanif, that's the guy. Pretty good batsman as well.
Oh yes, he's in Canada now.
Yeah, very good batsman and a tidy wicketkeeper as well. It was a really horror story for him. On the very first day of the tournament, he
Yeah.
got injured and he was unable to take part in the tournament after that. Yeah, and on the Trinidad and Tobago side, they were
Darren
few
Ganga
good.
was
Ganga
there.
was the
Yeah.
captain of the team. They had guys like Imran Jan, Asif Jan, Avides Samaru. We had some good players there. Trinidad, as a matter of fact, ended up second in the tournament.
Mm.
Yeah, Guyana edged us off in the final round.
I remember that final round. Guyana was playing the Leeward Islands at Everest. And a huge crowd. There were no permanent seats, so just open areas around the ground. A huge crowd on that afternoon gathered to see Guyana pick up the final wickets. And when they did, it meant that Azim ul Hanif and Andrew Gonzalez had a few runs to wipe off to give Guyana the outright win, and they did. And there was a huge invasion, including a young, that time 16, 15-year-old John Ramsing.
You were amongst the crowd?
Yes, sir.
We were pining away somewhere. I thought it was Demerara. We had the final match and we were up against the Windward Islands. And we were hoping that if we had won outright against the Windward Islands and Guyana were somehow held by the Leewards, I thought they were playing, that we could have won the tournament, only for the Windward Islands to come and beat us in that game.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was a horror for us, really.
I remember the tournament as well. Darren Ganga had a few low scores at the start
He had
of the
a very
tournament.
poor tournament.
Yeah.
I thought if he had made runs in just one game, we would have won that tournament, but he had a really, really poor tournament. His scores were really, really abysmal. I mean, he didn't get off the mark at all. And when we thought that in the last game, well, he was saving the best for us, he came up in that game with 2 ducks as well, John.
Yeah.
That really paid, you know.
Yeah.
I thought Abide Samaru played wonderful cricket in that tournament. He ended that tournament with 35 wickets, you know. And he was bowling left arm wrist spin.
Oh.
He made a lot of runs in the tournament as well as a middle order batsman, lower order. But we enjoyed that tournament tremendously because we thought that rain would have affected the tournament and not one single game
Yeah.
was affected. I mean, there were a couple of times that we went to venues and we thought that there were going to be a delayed start and somehow we were going to lose play because there was a little rain and thing. But when we reached there, these guys were so efficient, the ground staff, that no time was any game started late. You know, they had things really under control there. I was amazed and pleasantly surprised with that aspect of the tournament. It was all about cricket.
Yeah.
That would be 4 down to third man. The man at backward point had no chance. It went fairly fine. So Chase again moves on to 54. 279 for 5 now. Martin 2 for 77. He's in his 18th over, so he had a pretty good spell early on, and he's now back for the second spell here today. Looking to pick up another wicket or 2 to have his figures looking fairly decent. Just the one slip. Everybody else looking to save runs.
So the West Indies men's side will go on to Pakistan for a 3-match ODI series. So they've swept their series against Netherlands. A what?
A bruising encounter because Pakistan, I'm sure they would be eager to get at the West Indians at home. They've got some good fast bowlers. They've got good batting, and they're a click inside at the moment, led by Babar Azam. They're high on confidence at the moment, Pakistan.
first ODI will be June 8th. That's Wednesday. And then 2 days later, the second ODI. And then on the 12th, the final ODI. So West Indies heading to Pakistan. And June 16 will be the start of the test match, the test series. West Indies against Bangladesh. First match at Antigua at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. And then the next game will be at the Beau Séjour, Darren Sammy Cricket Stadium in St. Lucia. Then exactly 20 limited overs game involving West Indies and Bangladesh, West Indies and India, West Indies and New Zealand, just before CPL 2022. Over completed, Martin, 2 for 78. And now the Barbados Pride in their first innings, 280 for 5.
So we're back with Larry Edwards. Martin just completed his 17th over. He looked a much better bowler today, Martin. And here's the left arm orthodox spin of Larry Edwards. Looking to drive square on the offside. He does well. Making contact. There's a man on the point boundary, but he can't prevent the batsman from crossing for 2. Bit of an over-pitch delivery, wide off stump, and Roston Chase was getting out to the pitch of it and opening the face to get it behind the man at square cover on the boundary. Didn't get a lot of power in the shot, but he was still able to pick up 2 runs. Batting with all the ease in the world, Roston Chase. Just casually coming forward and playing a defensive shot to a well-pitched up delivery there from Edwards. Field well spread. There's a point on the boundary. There's a long off, and on the onside there's a deep mid-wicket. And here's Chase driving pleasantly down to long off. Goes through for a single. So we're approaching the tea interval. It's about 10 minutes away from the tea interval. Justin Graves, he's just on 3. He's improved quite a lot in his batting, Graves. He now wants to consider himself a batting all-rounder. It's good to see young bowlers, or even bowlers on the whole, working so hard on their batting that it is beginning to overshadow their bowling as well. So that's the end of that Larry Edwards over, and at the end of it, Barbados Pride 283 for 5.
Greaves working on his batting, because in the modern game you need to be multi-dimensional. You just don't want to be a batsman, or you just don't want to be a bowler. So you want to show that you can actually contribute in various aspects of the game, and fielding is very important in that regard as well. So Demba look like he's going to be switched around. Will be coming from the northern end of the ground. I want to see Agist getting an opportunity to roll his wrist.
Yeah, well, this is the ideal time, really. I mean, there isn't anything in it for you to lose anymore. So why not give the young guys the exposure? I've seen that in the last game as well when Windward Island Volcanoes met the Leeward Island Hurricanes at the Queen's Park Oval. The youngsters should be given the opportunity when there's the opportunity. Makes no sense you're picking a young guy and you have an opportunity to give him the exposure in the game to actually do something and you don't do it. It's back with Kenneth Demba. He's coming from the northern end this time, and Chase comes forward, wrapped on the front pad, going down the leg side. No appeal really. A slip, the only man in close catching position. There's a long on, there's a deep mid wicket, and there's a backward square leg on the onside. Everybody else trying to save the single as Demba pushes Chase on the back foot. He whips it off the ties and straight to the man at short mid on. Who's short mid wicket, very straight, almost in front of the man at long on. That's a good slow delivery there by Demba. These are the deliveries I thought he should be bowling a little more regular. Those slower flighted delivery impart a little more spin on it. But he seems to be bowling the quicker ball as a stock ball really. Very fast hand action. Not looking to flight and loop the ball and impart spin on it. I think if he can really improve in that aspect of his off spinning, he could be a much more penetrative bowler. But a lot of the off spinners just concentrate on bowling tight and bowling a lot of darts and straight ball with the arm. You know, I think too much T20 mode, you know. We're not seeing the Clyde Butts, we're not seeing the Lance Gibbs type of spinners, even the Moeen Ali, even he gives the ball a generous amount of spin and flight as well.
Yeah.
We're not seeing the local and regional off spinners or finger spinners looking to flight and spin the ball as well. Even Edwards, the left arm orthodox. We're not seeing them, you know, going up in the air and really looking to lure the batsman into a fall shot or deceive him in flight or extract spin from the wicket as well. Not seeing much of that.
Some stats floating around as well. So while we had 17 centuries from 14 batters, there's also 19 5-wicket hauls this season from 17 bowlers. So Marquino Minley of Jamaica Scorpions, he has 2 5-wicket hauls, as is Rakeem Cornwall from the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, 2 5-wicket hauls as well. And the only 10-for in the series, Rakeem Cornwall.
Yes, that's right.
So Cornwall finishing this series on 23 wickets. Permaul, 19 wickets. Kimo Paul, 19 wickets as well. So Kimo Paul, highest by a seamer this season, 19 wickets. While Cornwall, 23 wickets, the best overall for the bowlers. Overcompleted, 284 for the loss of 5.
Rakeem as well got 11 wickets in that game against the Volcanoes at the Queen's Park Oval.
Yes, 11 for 106.
Yeah.
That's the only 10-wicket match haul by any bowler this season.
Larry Edwards to continue.
If you want to look at some of those bowlers, Alzari Joseph, Terence
Out.
Hines. He's caught
Yeah,
at slip, and he's walking.
That ball bounced. It bounced and it turned a bit. So that was a good delivery. We didn't see it there. Appeared to have brushed the glove. Oh, I don't know. Have a look at it here. Oh yeah, there was some bounce there. And Roslan Chase goes after a very good knock. 59 he made. He put on a good partnership with his partner Craig Brathwaite of 95. But he's out now with the score on 284, and that's the fall of the 6th wicket. Roston Chase caught a slip off the bowling of Larry Edwards, and Edwards' figures looking very decent indeed. He has been very economical, 13.1 overs, conceding just 26 runs, and he's now picked up his second wicket, and an important wicket as well, that of Roston Chase, who was very well set on 59. So wicket number 6 for the Barbados Pride. They have lost Chase with the score on 284. So just a partnership of 12 runs there between Chase and Graves. That's the 6-wicket partnership.
A very good catch from Alec Athanaze. The ball was travelling, got the extra bounce.
Yeah, there was a bounce and it carried as well.
Seven fours from Roston Chase. I really admire those two sweep shots, reverse sweep. So now Akeem Jordan is out there to face the music, literally, because we heard some Marshall Montana pounding away. 284 for 6 now. And get off the mark, but not in convincing fashion, is Jordan. Had the fielder collected cleanly and send that return. He could have been walking back. Greaves. So 285 now for a loss of 6. So another wicket going down. So some of the bowlers, like I said, to get 5-wicket haul include Marquino Mindley, Raheem Cornwall with 2 each, Alzari Joseph, Terence Hines, Raymond Reifer, Sherman Lewis, Anderson Phillip, Patrick Harty, Jaden Seals, Darvel Green, Kenneth Demba, Brian Charles, Preston McSween, Jamel Warrican, Kimo Paul, Jimmy Merchant, and Virasamy Parmal. So those are the bowlers with 5-wicket haul. So the Headley Weeks Trophy will be heading to Bridgetown, Barbados. Chances are that will be on the flight tomorrow. So the celebration can begin. Maybe it has started already at Oystins, St. Lawrence Gap, down at the Carlisle Bay or the whole town. And you name it, celebration has started because also it's the weekend. Weekend in the Caribbean, you don't have to say it twice to have fun.
Could be the last over before tea. Edwards really very economical. Have a look at those figures. He's just slightly under 2 runs and over.
Yes,
his economy rate.
14 overs, 2 for 27. Yeah.
And that looks like it might be tea. John?
So the umpires have lifted the bails, but it's gotten dark at the moment. We haven't seen the rain, but it's dark, very overcast, and the players are walking away for tea. So that's tea on the 4th and final day of this 5th and final round match between the Windward Islands Volcanoes and the Barbados Pride in the 2022 Regional 4-Day Championships. So the Pride 285, leading by 84 runs. Sorry, by 82 runs to be exact. 82 runs. Not of interest really. This match is going to head for a tame draw. Just the final sessions ago, not only in the match, but in the entire tournament.
Oh, well, that's it here. At the tea interval, Barbados 285 for 6, and the main contributors being the captain Craig Brathwaite. He was out for 109, and then we had Raymond Reifer, who was 56 not out overnight. He was out for 71, and just a moment ago, Roston Chase, he got to a half century before he was out. So it's the tea interval here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, with Barbados in reply to the Windward Islands score of 203 in the first innings. They have closed on 285 for 6, so we would rejoin you with the commentary in just about 20 minutes time. See you then.
Well, hi there to you and a pleasant afternoon. Well, welcome back to the Diego Martins Sporting Complex, where we greet you with some not so exciting news that rain came during the tea interval. So, no play since tea because of a very sharp shower that came just about 10 minutes into the tea interval. So, while the players were having their break, the umpire, the standby umpire, and the ground staff were remarking the wickets, and then they had to summon the covers because the rains came very quickly. And since then, the covers have been on the ground. The players are in the dressing room, and nothing has happened since. So that's not the most encouraging of situations to be in as we head towards the end of this final day. Not much in it really, as you can see on your monitor. The Windward Islands 203 in their first innings. Barbados making a very good reply, gone past that 203. They're now 285 for a loss of 6 wickets, leading by 82 runs. Captain Craig Brathwaite made a wonderful 109. Reifer extended his overnight 56 to 71. Roston Chase got to 59. Jonathan Carter 21. 2 wickets apiece to Larry Edward, Ryan John, and Darius Martin. So that's the position at T, and still, despite past the resumption time, no play because of rain. So it's stopped raining at the moment, but the covers are still on. Not sure if the umpires are waiting because it looks as if it's going to rain again, or there's something else they're waiting on because it's not raining at the moment. And the covers are still on, firmly affixed to the surface. And all the heavy weights that would hold down the covers are firmly in place. So that's the position after tea. No play on day number 4 since tea, with the Barbados Pride 285 for 6, leading by 82 runs on the final day. Nothing in it, but umpires are still waiting to call it off officially. Until we have some more news for you, we'll come back. So do enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Back here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, the news is that the game has been called off. We had a rain interruption just at the close of the tea interval, and the umpires have decided that there's a soggy area at the northern end of the ground, and they have decided to call the game off. So with the scores, Windward Island Volcanoes, they got to 203, and Barbados Pride, in reply, they reached 285 for 6. So Barbados overhauled the Windward Islands first in a total of 203, and they've also gained 2 valuable batting points. But they have already been declared the winners of this year's Regional 4-Day Championship. They have defended their title quite successfully, so congratulations are in order for the Barbados Pride. They have been admirably led by their captain, Craig Brathwaite, and he led by example. He's the leading run scorer. He's got the most centuries, and he's also got the highest individual score. So he certainly led by example, and it is no surprise that Barbados have come out as the champions. I thought that congratulations as well should have gone to the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Unfortunate that they did not play over the last 3 days, and they could not really challenge for the title because they were in very close contention throughout the tournament because they played excellent cricket. It's only unfortunate that they could not have gotten onto the field over the last 3 days. But having said that, it still would have been pretty difficult to catch up with the eventual champions and the defending champions, Barbados Pride. So congratulations to all, and to all the teams who have taken part, to all you wonderful viewers who have joined us throughout the tournament over the last couple of weeks. We want to say how much we appreciate your presence and you being able to follow the cricket on Cricket 360. So on behalf of the entire technical crew, Visham Lalman, Michael and John Ramsing, my fellow commentator all the way from Guyana, I am Anil Raja, thanking you for joining us for this commentary, and hope that you can join us when we do bring coverage of other cricket matches. So from all of us here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, it's bye for now, and please have a good afternoon.